Cricket West Indies regional 4-day match, and we are with the Leeward Islands and, of course, Guyana. Kevin Anderson, the captain of the Guyanese team, is here, as well as Rakim Cornwall, the captain of the Leeward Islands. The Guyanese, they played against the Trinity Red Force. Unfortunately, just won this play at Connery. So they'll be looking to get in some action. The Leeward Islands, on the other hand, they went under to the academy, and I'm sure they're chomping at the bit to exact revenge on Guyana, which has been in recent times the most successful first-class unit in the Caribbean. The former West Indies fast bowler and match referee Ron King is also with us, and we're here, we're going to do the call. Heads is a call. And it's steals. So, Big Jimbo has won the toss. Jimbo is going to join us. What are you going to do?
Coming out of the last game, I'm sure there are some changes. One of the changes to your Kacy Karty Joshua Grant missed out. Well, we want to wish you and your team all the best.
For some changes in the West Indies lineup. West Indies under 19 player Joel Andrew. He's getting a chance to play for his first cricket. Kevin Anderson has run away, but the news from down here is that the Leeward Islands, they have won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Thank you very much. And we can tell you that the Leewards have made 3 changes to the team that played and lost to the academy. And so out from the squad are Grant, Ross Powell, and Kareem Ago. And coming into the squad are Karty, Walsh, and Andrew. All 3 returning from duties overseas. Karty and Andrew, Karty and Walsh in Australia, and Andrew making his debut returning from South Africa where he scored 100. The Guyana team, Thorne is in replacing Beaton, and so their team is Shandapal, Nando, Perez, Anderson, Savary, Sinclair, Permal, Ali Mohammed, Thorne, Cardogan, and Farrell. I can't even read my own writing, but this look like, what's this, Adams?
Adams.
Yes.
Anthony Adams. But interestingly, you said Grant was one of those excluded from the squad. He, of course, would have picked up a pin in the opening round. It's a good delivery outside the off stump, and it's a young Thorne into the act right away. But Carlisle certainly, in fact, that is, yes, it's Thorne. I was saying that Ross Powell, he was in the squad, but he did not play. So he is out of the squad. One turned into the onside and they're back for 2. But Carlisle, certainly the Leeward Islands would welcome back the players that were on duty overseas. Kacy Karty, who had a good run there in the one-day series in Australia. And we also had a young Joel Andrew, who got 2 good scores in the under 19. He got a century and a half century. So they would be happy to have him back. And then, of course, we have Hayden Walsh Jr., who we know is a leg spinner who would add quite a bit to the batting and also the bowling. So the Leewards would be happy to have these players back, no doubt strengthening the lineup. This one is just outside the off stump from Thorne, but a good start here by the young man, bowling a good line of length. And he too did fairly well at the under 19 level. Being brought in for runs, so beaten once again has been reported for suspect action. And this is probably about the third or fourth time he has been reported. Just outside the off stump there from Thorne, and through it goes to the keeper. So Carlisle Thorne starting with that fourth stump line, just touching down just outside the off stump.
Just a little bit short though. He perhaps with 3 slips and a gully need to be a touch fuller.
So it's a packed offside field for the start. This one touching down probably just outside the off stump and seaming away from the right-handed Louie. And it's taken by the keeper, but there are 3 slips of gully. There's a backward point. What could be considered to be an extra cover, the widest mid off. And on the onside, there's a long leg, foul short leg, and a mid on. Driven straight back to the bowler by Louie. And it takes well. But interestingly, Carlisle, the other opener for the Leewards in this match, Kofi James. And Kofi James would have come in the middle in the first match. And a change there. I think Grant was the one that would have opened in the last match. So Kofi James going up into the opening slot.
And he was listed as vice captain for the first game as well. My understanding is that Karty is taking over those duties from this match.
So Karty, I suspect he might come in at number 3. And we'll just have to wait and see. He was, of course, leaving out Spencer, who would have bowled quite well in the match. He would have picked up 3 wickets in the second inning of the match against the Academy. It was a bit expensive, but nevertheless, with the Leewards bringing in the international players, he had to make room for one of them. Cadogan is the other bowler. This one, in fact, it's a no ball, just outside off stump. Pretty close to the off stump, but signal. Oh, that's my good friend there, umpire Ramdan Shani. Let me get his name. Ramdani, sorry. Ramdani. He's the umpire operating from the media center in Ramdani.
And Carl Tuckett is at square leg. A hint of in-swing on that first delivery though, Earl.
Yes, but of course he overstepped and the no ball was signaled. This time he's way down the leg side this time, and it's taken behind by the keeper. So a good start. Well, not so good a start in that he bowled a no ball, but it was nevertheless good delivery, as I said, a bit of in-swing, but then his second delivery way down the leg side. So Cadogan bearing the number 101 outside the off stump and through to the keeper. Interestingly, Carlisle at the start of the match last week, Hamilton was bearing the number 100. That, of course, was his 100th first-class match. Today will be his 101st match. Later on in the match, he reverted to his usual number 44. Did get a half century in that match, 72 exactly in the second innings. Driven nicely by James, but straight up to mid-off, and were Sammy from all fields, and there's no run. So both batsmen yet to score. There are 3 extras on the board. So one is just outside the off stump, and the batsman James just picks up the line. But I was saying last week, Carl, you know, Kofi James has had a rather interesting time in the Leeward Islands setup. I think he has batted probably from 1 to 10 in the order at various times. Short, outside the off stump, what could be considered to be a wasted delivery. No shot offered by the batsman. And perhaps Cadogan, who, like Thorne, has 3 slips and a gully. Perhaps he should be looking to go a bit fuller and closer to the stumps, probably attacking off stump, sending off stump, and looking to bring those slips into play. Here you see on off stump this time, but driven up to mid-off. So the over comes to an end. And at the end of that over, Leeward Islands Hurricane winning the toss and batting 3 for no loss.
Both batsmen yet to get off the mark, but it's early days, just 2 overs completed. We had a good look at the pitch, Earl. Not much grass on the center of the pitch itself or at the ends. The most grass are at the sides of the pitch.
Yes, a different look to the one that was used to the east of that one. In fact, that's about the center pitch. And last week, the pitch was well grassed as opposed to today. So it looks like a good batting track, typical Warner Park track. Thorne, outside the off stump to Mikel Louie. Louie, in fact, got a half century in the opening match. Batted quite well. And interestingly, Louie has been overseas. He would have played some cricket in Trinidad just before the pandemic. In fact, he was forced to leave Trinidad because of the COVID pandemic in 2019. Thorne outside the off stump and seaming away. No shot offered. And Louis Carlisle, he would have picked up 2 half centuries. In fact, he had 100 also in Trinidad. And I think he would have played for the Queen's Park Cricket Club. He also would have played some club cricket in England where he would have picked up a couple of half centuries. Thorne once more drives to extra cover. Does Louis. Knocked down by Ali Mohammed, and there's no run. I also understand that he plays quite a bit of cricket in Nevis also, Carlisle.
Correct. Plays for Highlights International.
Yeah, so he's kept himself busy.
He scored 120 odd in the warm-up game in Nevis against the Nevis team.
Yes, I think it was 122. And he is in some form.
I think he may have broken his bat with that last delivery because he's signaling to the pavilion looking for a replacement bat. And so maybe it has cracked. It was a full toss, and he hit it firmly, but he hit it directly to the fielder.
Yes, so, and his bat suffered some sort of injury there. The new bat is going out, taken there by Berridge, the 12th man in this team. But so far the track has played quite well. The bounce has been consistent. And no doubt the Leeward Islands will be looking to put on a better showing here today than they did when they batted first last week. They were inserted, of course. They scored 137. Torn down the leg side. And through it goes to the keeper who takes well.
There's a bit of movement, Smithson, in that one was pitched down the leg side and the keeper skipped across nicely to his left, but then took it to his right as it swung back in late.
Yes. Keeper, of course, being Savory. Kemal Savory.
Nice
Driven
shot.
nicely. Lovely shot indeed. 4 runs. It was pitched up to Louie, and Louie drove to the left of mid-on and down to the boundary for 4.
Nice shot. As we look at the replay, nicely hit. And he didn't even bother to run. He knew from the moment that he struck it that he had done enough to get himself a boundary. Good way to get off the mark. And the fielder at mid-on just had to run to retrieve.
So, Louie getting his first boundary and getting his first runs. And the Leewards now 7 for no loss in their third over. Pull down to long leg. Louie swiveling into his wicket, getting one on the hips and pulling it down to long leg for a single. So he moves with that single to 5. It's now 8 for no loss, the Leewards.
Such a contrast to last week, Earl. Nice sunny day. And the Leewards winning the toss. Their home base is St. Kitts. So
Yeah.
they should know the surface pretty well.
Well, they should. Of course, they have been home based there for quite some time, this franchise. And as you rightly said, they would know the surface quite well. They would be familiar with the Warner Park surroundings. And they would be hoping to do a lot better this week than they did last week. So Louie defends to a delivery from Cadogan, which goes into the offside. And fielded by Anthony Adams, no run. And already, Carlisle, this is proving to be a very hot day. Ideal conditions for batting. Outside the off stump, wide up the off stump, in fact, and Louie was attempting to pull to the onside, but perhaps not really playing the line of the delivery. Not really going after the delivery, but playing inside the line deliberately. The ball going through to the keeper, but I don't think that there was a real attempt by Louie that time to play a shot at the ball. Louie gets this one into the onside from the pattern, of course. Signal now by umpire Ramdani. By Ramdani, of course, from Trinidad and Tobago. And, of course, our own Carl Tuckett from Nevis. Driven nicely, but knocked down there at cover by Adams. Good bit of fielding, moving smartly to his left. No run. So Coffee James remain on no score.
Cricket is a game of angles, Earl. The difference between making a big score and making a smaller score is missing the fielders. And Kofi has been finding the fielders so far in this short inning.
Cardigan once more. I think this has been one of the shortcomings of the Leeward Islands batsmen so far. Last week we saw them playing some very good shots, but playing them straight to fieldsmen. And in the end, it accounted for some low scores. In fact, a very low score in the first innings, and what turned out to be an ineffective one in the second innings when they just got over 200. I think it was 242 or 232 to be exact. Outside the off stump, the over comes to an end. It's 9 for no loss, Leewards.
With Mikel Louie on 5, Kofi James yet to score, but it's early in the game. The carry has been good so far.
Yes, carry has been good. The bounce has been even, and it looks so far to be a good batting track. And I'm certain that the Leeward Islands would be hoping to do well on this track. And of course the sun is really beating down, and that if there's any bit of moisture in the track,
Soon gone.
soon gone, exactly. So
In the first round game that was played at Connery that I covered, Beaton bowled an extremely long spell. Let's see if Thorn will do the same here. That must have been close to a wide.
very close to being a wide. It started wide and went further wide outside the off stump. And I think the conditions might have been more conducive last weekend to bowling long spells. But here the sun is really pelting down here at Warner Park. And I'm not too certain, unless he's getting wickets, I'm not too certain that these opening bowlers are going to bowl very long spells. This one is on target and played up to mid-on by Mikel Louie, no run. And of course, Carla, we know over the years that the Guyana team, they bank heavily on their spinners. Of course, Pamal has been very successful at regional level. He has played international cricket also. He would come into play today, probably sooner rather than later. Nicely played there to Ali Mohammed, who is at the extra cover position. All along the ground, no runs scored. But Thorn is a big lad, just coming from under-19 cricket. In fact, he would have played in the under-19 tournament here for the West Indies outside the off-stump. That's a good delivery and just moving slightly away from the right-handed Mikel Louie, who played at it, and it went past the outside edge and down to the keeper. And no run, the keeper of course being Savory. So Thorn would have had some experience here in St. Kitts before. He would have played in the under-19 World Cup, which was held a few years ago here in St. Kitts.
Shot. Pleasant shot. Very well driven. Came up a little fuller with that delivery, Earl. And Mikel Louie was behind it, extended the arms beautifully, and struck it down to the vacant long-off position for 4.
Yes, a very good shot indeed. And this is good batting by Louie. As he's driving nicely. That's more timing than anything else. The ball whizzed away. There's no real mid-off in place. There's an extra cover. So big gap. Outside the off stump, moving further away. and through it goes to Savory. But it has been good batting though by Louie. We have seen him put away 2 bad deliveries, one on the on and one on the off.
Looking good when he's playing straight. And so he would be looking to dig in. Of course, he's home. And it is his second game at this venue for this season. And he would want to build on a half century that he scored in the second inning of the loss against the Academy.
Yes, certainly. And the Louie brothers, they certainly came away from that first round with good performances. His older brother, Jeremiah, picking up some 8 wickets in that match and scoring some 45 runs in the first innings. And of course, Mikel picking up that half century. And we see some concession here by the guy in his team. They are now putting a man there at square leg. He has been taken out of the slips. So there are just 2 of them. James looking for his first run, jabbed it down into the offside, just slightly back out of square. And he can't score. So he has faced 11 deliveries so far and still looking for his first run. So Cardigan with 2 slips of gully, backward point, cover mid off, driven nicely, and he's getting his first runs here, James, as it's fielded there by Ali Mohammed, chasing back from his position at mid-on, and James is off the mark. Must be a relieved man. Kyle, when we started last week, for the first couple of days, we could not even see an outline of Nevis. This one is a good delivery and off stump from Cardigan and defended by James. But today, of course, we can see that outline. And it's much better weather here. And we're hoping that we'll have some full 4 days play. Well, at least available, that is, because you never know. Sometimes these matches are over before 4 days. You get a result before 4 days. But we'll just have to wait and see. Cardigan once more this time. It comes from the inner portion of the bat. The delivery which seemed to have nipped back in a bit to James. And it went into the onside, into a leg gully region where it was fielded.
During the course of play, Earl, I'll have the chance to get your impressions on this very impressive gold jacket ceremony that has been instituted by the Leewards board. I'll talk to you about that more.
This one was right up in the black hole, but dug out there by James. Seemed to have been a slow one also. But in the end, James kept it out well. He's looking at his bat as if there might have been some damage. He had to come down in on that one.
He lost his shape a little bit though, Earl, because he seemed to have been turning towards the leg side. Has to continue to concentrate and to hold his shape.
Driven nicely, but just a single. Perhaps not getting the timing you would have liked. It was to the left of mid-off. And the Pomal was moving to his left, his good side. And the batsman just getting a run. So the over completed. Leeward 16 for no loss.
Cardogan none for 4 from his 3 overs. And Mikel Louie is on 9. Kofi James is on 3. Leewards, we remind you, won the toss earlier this morning and decided to bat. That wouldn't surprise many people. You win the toss at Warner Park, you want to bat.
Well, certainly, the academy did not want to bat last week when they looked at the track, the eastern track, the most easterly of the tracks. And it was well grassed last week.
Plus, the pitch had been under cover for quite a while.
Yes, certainly. And with some rain about also, the atmosphere, they thought that it would have helped the opening bowlers. So it was a good toss to win. And they certainly did the right thing by inserting the Leeward Islands. But Thorn from the far end. This time he's steering it down to backward point. And rather tentative shot by James. Pushed into the offside, this time by James. It goes up to cover. Al Mohammed fields, no run.
Mm-hmm.
So Thorn once more from the far end. James gets a delivery which lifts a bit, just on about off stump, and gets it down to backward point, and he can't score. So we have 3 slips, a gully, there's a backward point, extra cover, as opposed to a mid-off. So there's a gap there. And once the ball over pitches, the batsman could drive into that vacant area and pick up runs. Short lifting. That's a well-directed bouncer, probably going over the off stump. The batsman getting on late, James. And it's taken behind by Savory. So no run. So it has been a fairly quiet start. We're into over number 7. And it's just 16 runs for no loss. They're going at 2.4. Turned into the onside for just a single. Scattergun comes quickly in from off the long leg boundary. And James will pick up his 3rd run. And it's 17 for no loss. Thorn once more. Taking on the pad, perhaps going down the leg side. An appeal from the Harp Eagles players, but umpire Tuckett remained unmoved. So the over comes to an end, 17 for no loss, Leewards.
Yeah, going down. And thing about that, though, is that Louie looks so good when he's playing straight and played completely around that one, when he really should have been playing a lot straighter.
Yes, Carlisle, certainly. He's a much better player playing straight. And we are going to see the first bowling change for the day. Ronaldo, Ali Mohammed comes into the attack.
And so the bowlers so far, 4 overs from that far end. 3 overs to Cadogan from this end. And the skipper is coming in. I think perhaps what confused the scorers is that it seemed as if the captain had to loan his shirt to Thorne. And so both of them are wearing the number 51.
Okay.
But this is indeed Ali Mohammed, who is bowling from the pavilion end.
So, captain moves away. Starts with a wide outside the off stump, and James does not have to play a shot. But Carlisle, if you were a run so beaten, how would you be reacting? How would you be feeling at this point?
Miserable. Miserable. Because, you see, my thing is, how much work has he done with the coaches in terms of the corrected action?
Ali Mohammed once more outside the off stump wide, and 3 it goes to Savory.
Because in instances like these, the information is sent off, in our case, I think mostly to Loughborough in England, and then you have to do a remedial action. And so he has been reported more than once. So it means that he has been through the process more than once. So it's up to him now to do whatever corrective action is necessary so that muscle memory can build and he can get accustomed to the new reworked action.
Ali Mohammed, the captain, goes in once more. Closer to the stumps, peels off the outer portion of the bat down to the third man boundary for 4. So 4 runs to James.
Closer to him, not as wide as the previous deliveries, and he was driving hard and went into the vacant position there. And so he picked up a 4, those Kofi James. That will move his total to 8. And the Leewards will move to 21 for no loss in the 8th over.
And of course, that's his first boundary. So perhaps Thorne, who would have come in just recently to join the squad, the guy in the Harp Eagles squad. Outside the off stump. And 3 goes to the keeper. So perhaps there was a bit of lateness in preparing his shirt. And as we said earlier on, he would have been loaned the shirt by his captain. That's the best person to loan him a shirt in any event, the captain.
Normally in circumstances like these, I would think that they generally would have some shirts without numbers. You just have to guess on the sizes.
That's right. Outside the off stump once more, and 3 it goes to Savory. No shot offered, wide of the off stump. And that would probably be a 5th stump or maybe even a 6th stump line as opposed to a 4th stump line that time. Very wide of the off stump. Every now and then we do get this slight overcast. Sun goes under the cloud a bit, but it's a good day. It's very sunny. Good day for cricket. Better delivery that time. That one seems to have swung a bit in the air and seamed back into the right-handed James, who defended well.
Leewards winning the toss and batting. They're 21 for no loss.
Thorn. And as Carlisle rightly said, they certainly are not taking advantage of the swing that has been did. This one is wide of he started wide of the off stump and went even further away. And one would have thought that he would be looking to bowl maybe more center stump, center and off stump line with that away swing, looking to take the edge of the batsman. And a repeat of the previous delivery. Wide of the off stump once more and moving further away.
Not forcing the batsman to play.
So, batsman really getting a good sighter. Mikel Louie, who's there, he's on 9 from 24 deliveries. James has had some 27 deliveries and he's on 8. Short lifting, closer to the batsman this time, but not forced into a shot. It was outside the off stump once more. And lifting, Louis just picked up the line and just allowed it to go through.
And the Leewards wouldn't be too bothered about the run rate at the present moment of 2.47. It's about getting in and getting their batsmen to stay in and make use of whatever good start that they get.
Driven nicely, 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. It was pitched up to Louis on the off stump, and he drove it past the right of extra cover and down to the boundary for 4.
Beautiful shot by Mikel Louie. And whenever they have pitched up, we have seen this. But here is a challenge, Earl. The bowlers are not inclined to pitch at a fuller length because of exactly what you just saw there, the lovely straight drive for 4. But they're now taking out one of the slips and putting in a fielder there at cover, and then having the extra cover where he was moved across to mid-off, which would give the bowler a little bit more protection.
Perhaps too, the bowlers might have been guilty. I'll get back to that in a while. Quietly played into the offside, up to cover this time. Perhaps they have been guilty of bowling too much outside the off stump, so this would have allowed the batsmen to get a good idea of the pace of the pitch and what the pitch is doing. So once they make the error now, the bowlers, the batsmen are fairly well set, and anything over pitch would be driven. Whereas had they started early by going up to the bat, then it could have posed some problems to the batsman. That's another good shot. It was short, lifting, just on about off stump, and it was tugged into the onside by Mikel Louie and down to the boundary, rather wideish or straightish mid-wicket position, and 4 runs.
Set up nicely, Earl. Shot, and Louie was in position very early, was in command of the shot, and pulled it away to pick up a second boundary in that over. That being the most expensive over for the game so far.
Yeah, so 2 boundaries come in that over. Louis, of course, when he had scored that 58 runs in the second match, he got out trying to pull a delivery into the onside, a delivery which he was not really in control of. Perhaps it was not there for that shot, and he skied it into the onside, and he was caught at square leg. So that's a shot he has to be careful with. But so far, this track has played well, and that possibly could be a safe shot once it's there to be hit. And here's another good shot. This time it's James driving Ali Mohammed straight back past him to his left and down to the long off boundary for 4. Wonderful shot indeed.
Absolutely gorgeous shot. He was in line early and just stroked it to the right of Permal, who is fielding at mid-off, and picked up an excellent boundary. So that takes his total on to 12 now, and the Leewards are 33 for no loss.
So in the space of just 3 or 4 deliveries, we have had some 4 boundaries. So the Leewards accelerating at this point. Ooh, that's a good one. The appeal goes up. The bowler is confident. The finger of Ramdani goes up also. James does not seem to be too pleased with the decision, but James has to make his way back. But the guy in the Harp Eagle, whose fielder never seemed to be in doubt with that one. Pass very close to the bat. And we do not have the benefit of hot spot or snicko. So it's very difficult to tell, but that one certainly passed very close to the bat.
Line was better, you know, and it was of a fuller length, making the batsman play, and he was not at all confident in the shot. It was just a little tentative forward defensive shot, and the umpire ruled that he got a touch, went through, and so a wicket down for the Leewards, 33 for 1, and so the Leewards have lost the wicket of Kofi James, and so he's still looking for a big score this season so far in the 3 innings that he has played.
Yes, early days yet, but as you said, looking for a good score. And as expected, Kacy Karty comes to the crease. He has been in good form recently, so I'm pretty certain this is a wicket that the Guyana Harp Eagles would be hoping that they could prize out early o'clock, because once Kacy Karty settles, he can score fairly quickly and he can go big. Pleasant on the eye, easy on the eye is Karty. And right away he's pushing into the offside from the middle of the bat, and Anthony Adams fields. But it's always good to get for the opposing team to get the best batsman in, or one of the better batsmen in, as early as possible, without too big a score on the board. This one is outside the off stump, and Karty is playing it and missing.
Back foot didn't come across. He just stood there and pushed at it back of a length on the offside, and he went through for the keeper.
So, Happy Eagles being able to pick up that relatively early wicket at 33. Score 33, the first wicket going down. Pushed down to backward point by Karty. And there's no run. Leeward Islands, they do have quite a bit of batting in the lineup. Understand, Carla, that your son was scheduled to be available for this game. Karty is pushing up to Pamal at mid-off. He feels there's no run.
Had some issues with his flight. Will be arriving later this week into St. Kitts, and will be available for round 3.
And of course, some of these Leeward Island batsmen, they would know that with Powell being available for the next round, they would be looking to do well in this game and hoping to retain their place. But this, of course, is just the first innings so far.
Bowling change at the far end. Looks like Promal.
As expected, coming into the attack relatively early after just some 10 overs.
And this is something that he has done season after season for Guyana. He has bowled a lot of overs and picked up a lot of wickets as well.
I think last year he probably was the leading wicket taker last season before the competition. But the perennial Pamal, he has been playing cricket, regional cricket for ages. So Louie on 17 will face him. Starts well, beats Louie outside the off stump. And the saver is taken well. Turned into the onside. It's going up towards the mid-wicket boundary. Should get at least 2, maybe 3. And they're back for the third.
Good shot, just short. And he drifted a little bit onto the legs of Mikel Louie. And he played it really nicely down to the mid-wicket position and picked up 3. Takes him on to 20, 36 for 1.
This time James is just pushing out to
Karty.
Katy, sorry. James is back in the pavilion. And it's fielded there by Kevin Sinclair. This time it beats Sinclair, but he's backed up there by Chandra Paul. And Katy cannot score. In fact, he's yet to score. Driven nicely up to extra cover, but straight to Sinclair, who feels well. And once more, there's no run. This one is swept, but in fact it goes straight to short mid-wicket. It's knocked down, the over comes to an end. Katy kept on a knot. It's 36 for 1, the Leewards.
And we're still short of the water break. The sun is out brilliantly. And the outfield is showing all the positive effects of the rains that we had last week. And that it's lush green here at Warner Park.
And you're so correct, Carlisle. Yeah, just last week when we came into Warner Park, the western side of the ground was very parched, very brown. And in a short space of time, we are seeing a lot of green. As is normal here in St. Kitts, as soon as there's a bit of rainfall, the brown would quickly turn to green. So the rainfall certainly having a good effect on the ground. Fended there by Louie. Scattergun. In fact, Ali Mohammed continues. Captain for Guyana, of course. Of course, the Happy Eagles, they're the defending champions. So they are, in fact, in defense of their title this year. This one is starting wide up the off stump and seaming back, but going past the off stump. And Louie does not play a shot, but certainly some movement there, Carlisle.
Very generous movement. I don't know if I've seen it move as much for as long at Warner Park. But the bowlers have been bowling just a little bit too short and too wide to make excellent use of this.
Driven nicely, but straight to point. And it's fielded. The fieldman just having to take a step or two to his right. That's Raymond Perez. And no one scored. Of course, last week we had quite a bit of rain, so perhaps that might have accounted for the movement in the track. Maybe there is a bit of moisture on the pads. The peel goes up, but clearly going down the onside. Louie looking to drive, missed it completely.
Played around it. Again, he has to be playing a lot straighter than that.
And of course, it's a dangerous shot to play, playing around it, because you...
Yeah, definitely drifting down the leg side, and his head overbalanced. So he was way outside the line of the ball, and he missed it.
Ali outside the off stump from Ali Mohammed. Through it goes to the keeper. And of course, it's always a dangerous shot playing around the deliveries. Batsmen could so easily get a leading edge, which could end up somewhere into the offside, or who knows, even into the onside, and giving a catch to a fielder. Oh, this one is very wide. In fact, signaled by umpire Ramdani, and one more to the score.
Yeah, they've flirted with that wide line quite often for the day so far. This is the first one that has been called, and it was well wide of the off stump.
So the captain, Ali Mohammed, would have that extra delivery in the over so far. He's gotten the breaks through for his team. This one is a good delivery. Starting on about off stump and inward movement to Mikel Louie. But in the end, he played it well. So the over comes to an end. And it's 37 for 1, and we've had some 12 overs completed.
Probably wouldn't quite get in 15 in the hour, but it's the very early hours of this game. And so they wouldn't worry about that, because they have spinners who will bowl the overs very quickly. 37 for 1, Mikel Louie is on 20. He has had a start. He would want to make use of this start. Kacy Karty is in good touch. He has been with the West Indies one day side and has been in good touch recently.
Pomal. Karty is defending. Goes back up the track, and perhaps you might comment at some stage. Pomal once more. Defended once more on the fact that Karty was not selected for the West Indies for that test tour to Australia. Is he pushing into the offside?
I think he has been pigeonholed as a one-day player. But this is his opportunity to show that he can also play the longer version of the game.
Well,
he needs some scores.
He's defending. And it goes into the offside.
Couple of hundreds and finishing this tournament with over 500 runs would not harm him at all.
Certainly not. Playing this one into the onside, and as they normally say, let your bat do the talking. It's driving, but straight to Sinclair at extra cover, and he can't score. Still searching for his first run as the over comes to an end.
Yeah, one of his great strengths, Karty, is his patience, in that he's always willing to put in the time at the crease, and once he's there, runs will come. is not bothered at all about being there for 14 deliveries without getting off the mark. Nor should it bother him, because he should be looking big. He shouldn't be looking to say, well, listen, I'm hurried to get off not and get on one and start my scoring. He should be looking and telling himself that, listen, we are one apart, the pitch is good, would be nice to be there at the end of the day.
Of course, he's very experienced now. He would have played a few matches at international level. This one is a good delivery by Ali Mohammed, and pushed into the offside for Anthony Adams to field. So he knows what it's all about at this level. And as he rightly said, he would not be bothered by not getting off the mark immediately. This one is driven to mid-on, but it's fielded there by Shanja Paul, going straight to Shanja Paul. Shanja Paul, whose form seemed to have fallen off in recent times. On his first tour to Australia, he would have picked up 100, but he really struggled on this on the tour this time. Outside the off stump, and through it goes to Savory.
He's a good player, though, and he's young. So he'll get his confidence back at some point, and hopefully he'll return to scoring big.
Well, we do hope that he does for West Indies cricket. And obviously, he has been earmarked to lead the West Indies batting from the front in Test cricket. This one is on the pads and flicked down to long leg by Louie for a single. Thorne is off the boundary to field. So one more to Louie, 38 for 1. We're in over number 14. And Carlisle is not a bad overweight considering. We just short of the first hour's play, and we're in over number 14. Ali Mohammed, this time it's more or less on the off stump and defended by Karty. The action of Ali Mohammed is interesting. There seems to be a hint of an open-chested delivery to me. I look at him again as he goes in. In fact, he aborts his run. This one is on the pads of Karty, turns it down to backward square for his first run. So we've had the first hour's play coming to an end, 14 overs being bowled, and he was 39 for 1.
Welcome back, and we're with the first over after the break. Permal continues from the far end and bowling to Karty. A bit of a yes-no after that first delivery, which was knocked down and then tidied up by the fielder at extra cover. Permal again played away into the offside by Karty, and he does have the patience, Karty, and is a good young player. Celebrated by St. Martin and the Leewards. This one is trying to play it into the offside. A little bit too close to him for that shot, though, Earl.
Yes, certainly. A bit too close, and perhaps we might see another spinner in action very shortly. Sinclair is warming up.
Interestingly, Permal goes wide on the crease for most of his deliveries.
Yes, he does.
Seldom see him get close to the stumps. But he has been around a while and has enjoyed some success. Bowls to Karty, and he's playing it to extra cover. No runs. Umpire Carl Tuckett signals that there is a delivery left in the over. And for this delivery, it's shorter. And Karty is standing up to his full height, plays it away into the offside. First over after the break. And the Leewards are 39 for the loss of 1. Ali Mohammed to bowl to Louie, who defends on the offside. No runs. Earl, I've been talking to you about the gold jacket ceremony, this initiative by the Leewards to honor outstanding players. And they started with El Comido Willett and Dr. Sir Andy Roberts at a ceremony in Tortola.
Yes, I've heard a bit.
Ali Mohammed, it's wide, and Louis driving, just chopping it down, finds mid-off, no runs. And continued last year in Antigua with Dr. Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards and Jim Allen.
Yes, and certainly a good gesture by the Leeward Islands Cricket Association. The
delivery which is seaming back in, and again that's missing. It's going down leg.
perhaps
And
a bit high also.
Mikel Louie missed it, took the pads, but the umpire was not in the least bit interested.
Louis, of course, is a tall man. And perhaps, as you said, missing, probably going over the top of the leg stump also. But Carlisle, a very good initiative. Only one issue I have with that.
And you'll tell me about that after this delivery, where Louis is driving firmly to mid-off, no runs.
As is happening in the Leeward Islands, there's not too much information about such things here. I mean, you do not hear much about it. You do not get much information about it. But nevertheless, a very good initiative by the Leeward Islands Cricket Association.
Played into the onside, vacant mid-wicket position. They'll get a couple, as the fielder from just forward of square has to chase back about 5 meters inside the boundary down at mid-wicket. And so 2 more runs to Louis to take him on to 23. 41 for 1, the Leewards.
And of course, Carlisle, we have been bemoaning the fact that in the Leeward Islands, not much cricket is being played, and you do not know much of what's happening. You do not, people do not know a lot of these players. But back to the gold jacket, it's a very good gesture, and I hope it continues. And if I know some of the people behind that very well, I think that it would be ongoing. But it's good to see people like Viv Richards, Jim Allen, who I understand was not there to accept. His son, who would have played for Mountserrat, accepted on his behalf. And we have had Roberts Willett, as you said. And these guys, they certainly would have deserved this. Viv Richards, of course, being immortalized recently on the EC$2, the commemorative EC$2 bill that was put out by the
Promal to Karty on his legs, turned away into the onside, no runs. I tell you something, Earl, I was so excited when the $2 bill came out that I got one for each of my brothers and sisters.
Oh, yes, I would imagine.
And those are not to be spent.
Well, I think I have 5 at home. In fact, someone beat me to it, and they got 3 for my grandchildren. But it's a keepsake.
Three runs to Karty, who was sweeping at a delivery, and it went straight. Fielder from slipper to chase all the way back. And now it's signal leg byes by umpire Tuckett. So that will take the score now to 44 for the loss of 1. Just erred in line a little bit there, Promal. Driven down to long off to bring up the end of the over, and that single will take Mikel Louie on to 24, and the Leewards are now 45 for the loss of 1 wicket after 17 overs, losing the wicket of Kofi James, who was caught at the wicket of Ali Mohammed for 12. The score was then 33 for 1.
Yes, fairly steady over there by Pamal, losing his line a bit, straying down the onside, but fairly steady nevertheless. But we have not seen the spin bowler being able to extract much from this track so far. Of course, it's first the track. It's in fact pre-lunch on the first day. So we do not anticipate that the spin bowlers would get much out of the track, and perhaps would have to rely on their guile, their line length variation to pick up wickets here.
Ali Mohammed to Mikel Louie, and he's turning this into the onside, just backward of square. The fielder from forward of square has to chase that. He'll get a single, and so he's now on to 25, Mikel Louie. Got a half century in the second inning of the round 1 game against the Academy, and so would be looking to build on this and make sure that he gets a good score once he has settled in. That's beautiful. Lovely shot there by Karty, who saw a delivery which was just wide of the off stump. And the front foot went nicely to the pitch of the ball. And look at it again. Oh, it's even better second time around. and went straight down to the boundary for a lovely 4 by Kacy Karty to take him on to 5. 50 comes up for the Leewards, 50 for 1 in the 18th over.
That's the type of shot that you would have paid your money and you would have seen it and you would have gone out and pay again to come in to see some more. It was that good.
Again, nicely driven by Karty into the offside. They'll just get a couple this time. And he was pleasantly in behind it, opened the face of the bat and played it down to extra cover and picked up 2 runs to take his score to 7. It's 52 for 1.
Speaking of that type of shot, I can recall some years ago at Grove Park, I think Viv Richards would have made, I think it was 47 against Guyana. And he would have played every shot in the book. I could remember that innings very well.
That perhaps would have been the game with Jim Allen straight driving Colin Croft as firmly as you could ever drive a ball, bounced off the pavilion wall and halfway back to the pitch.
Yes, I can remember that very well. He really struck that ball powerfully. Jim Allen, excellent batsman. At one point, rated above Viv Richards.
Ali Mohammed took Karty and he's check driving this one to mid-on. He remains on 7. Score is 52 for the loss of 1. Mikel Louie is on 25.
But Carl, just to get back to Viv a bit on that $2 bill. I understand at the presentation, Viv was so overwhelmed that he actually cried. And Andy Roberts was heard to say that it's his first time he's seen him crying.
Viv, I don't think it's the end of the over. And it's 52 for 1. The Leewards batting first. There are 8 extras, 18 overs completed. I don't think that people in the region, the entire cricketing region, understand the value of Sir Vivian Richards. I've been fortunate enough to look at some cricket in England, and Sir Viv just striding across the outfield at Lords, and the thunderous applause that went up, you would believe that he had made 100. He was just walking across the outfield.
Well, that's swagger.
And I've seen pictures of him in India being mobbed. You know, that's the value of the man to cricket, not just in the region, but internationally.
Yes, and I think that was a well-deserved accolade given to Viv by the Eastern Caribbean Currency Authority. And I'm pretty certain no one would begrudge him that.
Oh, the big scoreboard away to our left is saying 53. Our scores are saying that it's 52. So there's a difference of 1. We'll trust our scores. Permal to Louie, who is playing inside the line. Keeper doesn't take cleanly, but no harm done.
That one seemed to have gripped a bit, just slightly.
As I bring you back, I'm going to tax your brain again, Earl. We have honored so far in the Leewards El Comido Willett, who was the first player from the Leewards to play for the West Indies. Andy Roberts, who is the second. So Vivian Richards, the third. And Jim Allen, who played World Series cricket. I'm going to ask you to think, and before lunchtime, give me a list of, not 4, just give me 2 players who you would like to see honored with the gold jacket. Here is a delivery, which is outside the off stump, and Louis plays well in that he doesn't play.
Of course, it's a question of criteria. I give you a hint. Last week,
Victor Eddy, who played a lot of cricket for the Leewards, said that he'd like to see a certain gentleman named Livingston Sargent.
Well, that's the first name that's the first name I was just about to tell you, Livingston Sargent. That's the first name that came to mind.
A bit of a misfield, as this one was turned away into the onside by Louie, and they'll get 2 runs. That will take him on to 27. It's the end of the over. It's 54 for the loss of 1, the Leewards batting.
Yes, Leewards going along rather sedately and in good batting conditions.
Look at your screen, Earl. There sits Nevis in the background. Always, or almost always, with this cloud cover.
Well, that's where the name came from, the cloud cap.
And it's just a half an hour boat ride from Bastille into Charlestown. From the Southeast Peninsula, the fast ferries do it even quicker. It's just a 6-minute journey across the 2 miles to Nevis from the Southeast Peninsula.
And of course, our producer, in his time off, would be paying a visit to Nevis.
And I'll be happy to be the tour guide.
So that's an offer.
We're seeing another bowling change, Smitten. This looks like Sinclair.
Yes, thought he might have come into the attack a bit earlier on, but the captain, Ali Mohammed, took a couple more overs, but now he's brought Sinclair into the attack, fresh from test duties.
Full toss, played down to point, no runs. Slapped into the offside for 4. The outfield is a little bit slow, but he hit it with sufficient power and again with enough ease and bisected the fielders quite nicely. And so Kacy Karty has picked up another 4, goes on to 11 as you look at the replay. Sinclair giving him some width, and he was quickly onto that, pounced on it and picked up a boundary.
Very good shot indeed.
It's back and guiding this to the left of the field at point, and they won't score. Leewards are 58 for 1.
Yes, certainly to the left of Pomal, who is himself a left-hander, and he quickly got onto it, so no chance of a run.
Solidly behind this, plays it to extra cover. Karty is on 11. Mikel Louie is on 27. He's back, turning it to backward square, brings the fielder off the boundary, and so he'll get run number 12, Kacy Karty, and the score is on 59 for 1. Of course, my friends in St. Martin are all excited about their cricket, and they have every reason to be, because not just Kacy Karty excelling, but in the Under-19 World Cup, they had a player who made the team of the tournament.
So, Karty, of course, as I said, he hails from St. Martin. His dad, of course, Keith Karty, from Anguilla originally, but lives there. I understand he does some baking, does some commentaries too. And at one stage, Calypso King of St. Martin. So very versatile young man. And I know I say good morning to Keith Karty, because knowing him as I do, he would have tuned in to this broadcast.
Have to have a little word with Keith. I know of his commentary, I know of his cricket. He has never ever brought me a bread or cake or anything, so I have to talk to him about his baking. Promal is at the top of his mark. Before this, none for 6 from 5. Driven firmly to the field at extra cover, but not just 2, but through him as well. And so he'll get a run, Karty. Got a half century against England in the limited over matches. Seemed to have been on a little bit of a rough road, but then scored a half century and took his form to Australia. Louie driving down to mid-on and got a very easy on the eyes 80-yard in one of the games.
To be exact, run out.
Yep.
When he looks set for 100. And of course, batting with him at that time was his good old partner, Hayden Walsh Jr.
I'm sure they would have had some interesting discussions in the dressing room and at the hotel. Louis driving to the right of the fielder from mid-on, and he'll get a single. And that will take him on to 28. The Leewards are 61 for 1, having won the toss and elected to bat. Smitten, I'll tell you that the Leeward Islands 3-day tournament is slotted in for June of this year.
Interesting.
It should be held in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Okay, I guess you, during the course of the day, you tell me more about that. The last time around, what I would consider to be an apology for tournament was held, in which eventually a winner was decided, but a lot of people were left befuddled. They wondered at the criteria, especially bearing in mind that there was no final playoff. Each team didn't come up against each other. So perhaps during the course of the day you could give an idea as to what sort of format this tournament might take.
I was just excited to have Leeward Islands cricket being played again after what, about 10 years?
10, 12 years.
St. Clair continues from the media center end. He's driving in the air and down to the boundary on the one bounce. Delivery which was floated a little bit by Sinclair. And Louis didn't seem to have hit it so well. Hit it high, but it was far enough out of the reach of the fielder. And yes, he's a tall man. And he used his levers very well. And struck it over the head of the fielder at mid-off and got himself a boundary to take him on to 30. And now he's driving on the onside. Very good, pleasant shot all along the ground. And he's getting run number 31. The score is now 64 for the loss of 1. The Leewards in over number 22.
He's a tall man and he uses his reach very well.
Sinclair to Karty, who is driving firmly to extra cover. And he parries it to the fielder at mid-off. And so he remains on 13, Kacy Karty. Oh, full toss. And he gifted his wicket there, Kacy Karty. Full toss, and he stood up straight and struck it in the air down to the captain, Ali Mohammed, at mid-off. He just had to make a couple of paces to his left. And so he has gifted his wicket, Kacy Karty, and has gone for 13 Leewards, and now 64 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Well, easily the worst delivery of the morning, Carlisle. And Karty is berating himself for playing a poor shot and playing it just to the left of the captain at mid-off, the captain, Ali Mohammed, and the second wicket going down. But certainly it was a bad delivery, over-pitched, and struck away. It was a bit high, the full toss, but certainly below waist height. And his eyes probably lit up when he saw a full pitch delivery, thinking that perhaps he is an opportunity to get a boundary. But he certainly did not capitalize in the way he would have liked. He struck it in the air, and he was on his way. And Guyana picking up the second wicket. But I was just about to tell you, Carlisle, that this is a very good batting track, and the spinners, they're not extracting much from the track, and they would have to toil long and hard here to pick up wickets. But who knows, maybe the way to go is to bowl full tosses, because here we saw probably the first full toss of the day, and it brought about a wicket. Probably a surprise delivery, who knows?
Well, he didn't lean into it, and as well, he was so upright in playing the shot that it could only have gone airborne, and it didn't hit it with enough power to clear the fielder. And so he has gifted his wicket away. I'm sure he will learn from this, and life is about learning experiences. This looks like Terence Ward.
Terence Ward, yes. Another local boy. Terence Ward, he himself, he plays cricket in the English leagues. And based on what he would have told me, he scored quite a number of runs there. His batting has progressed considerably with the experience. And of course, he has been doing some coaching stints also, and doing some coaching exams and lessons and so on, getting himself qualified for the next stage of his cricketing career. But it's Louie, young Mikel Louie, who will be in strike from Pamal. So Guyana, they would be buoyed a bit by the wicket of Karty. Of course, Karty is one of the key batsmen for the Leeward Islands, and they would be over the moon for picking up the wicket of Karty and getting him so cheaply for just some 11 runs.
13.
13 runs to be exact. So probably 13 proving to be unlucky for Karty today, if you are so superstitious.
Which I'm not. It's Pamal from the far end. Slip and a silly mid off the close infielders. As Louis forward, defending stoutly. Surprised that Ward is coming in at 4?
Not really. I think Ward is in this team mainly as a batsman. In fact, in the match against the academy, he was one of the better players. In fact, he got 28, and I think it was some 33 runs for the Leeward Islands. He would have had a couple of partnerships with Louis, for example, and in fact one with Hamilton.
One delivery left in the over, and Pamal has kept it tight as usual. He's in his 7th over, none for 8 before this. As Louis patiently forward, plays it away to Silmidov, end of the over. And the Leewards at the end of that are 64 for the loss of 2 wickets. Mikel Louie is on 31. Kacy Karty is the batsman who got out in this over for 13. And Terence Ward is yet to score. And so on this pitch, I'm sure that Guyana would be telling themselves, we'll take the 2 wickets before lunch, and they're still some 25 minutes away from lunch. So they will still be looking to make further inroads.
And the good thing about it for Guyana too, Carlisle, is that the scoring rate is not a very large one. The Leeward Islands, they're not going at a breakneck speed. They've been rather sedate. So things are not getting out of hand for Guyana. And they've managed to pick up 2 wickets before lunch on a good batting track.
Terence Ward gets off the mark with a boundary. This one going down backward of square. And the fielder is more under 45. And so he has opened his account. He's on 4. And the Leewards are 68 for the loss of 2.
Yes, a badly lined delivery, which was pulled down to backward square for 4 by Terence Ward. So Sinclair losing his line and his length there, being put away. So Sinclair, of course, would have found his line and length towards the end of this over. In fact, after being struck for 4 from a bad delivery, settling down once more and bowling a good tight line and length. But Carly, one of the shortcomings of the Leeward Islands team to me, and this was quite obvious in the first match they played for the season. They perhaps had the old West Indian syndrome where they were not able to rotate the strike, pick up singles and keep the scoreboard moving along, and at times found themselves bogged down.
Smithen, there is absolutely no excuse for that because the franchises are all professional nowadays. These guys are playing cricket for a living. Driven firmly, evades the grasping left hand of Permal, and so he gets a single, does Louie, and that takes him on to 32. Leewards are 69 for 2.
Speaking of franchise cricket, I'll get back to that as Permal prepares.
And Terence Ward will be facing him for the first time. Scratches his guard, looks around and settles over his bat. Getting a delivery on the leg stump and sweeps it away to the fielder down at backward square. Gets a single. And so the Leeward 70 for 2, winning the toss and batting first. Mikel Louie is 32, Terence Ward is on 5, and we have lost the wickets of James and Karty. Permal to Louie, who is playing this one down to mid-on, sets off very quickly and gets a well-run single. And so he won't be accused of not running the singles.
Well, welcome change, of course. And this is very critical. You know, you run 6 singles in and over, and that's 6 runs for you.
End of the over, and that's the end of over number 25. Leewards winning the toss this morning and batting 71 for 2. Mikel Louie is on 33. Kacy Karty went for 13, and before him, Kofi James for 12.
Well, Carl, speaking of franchise cricket, though, is there any real importance attached to the level of fitness for the players?
Of course, all of the teams have standards that they are supposed to keep. They do their fitness tests on a regular basis, and my information is that this fitness, the results of these tests, are sent to the West Indies Cricket Board, who pay the bills, and so they would know the results of the fitness tests, and the coaches and the trainers would be the ones to ensure that they keep a certain level of fitness.
But are there special scenarios for some players?
Apparently, yes. Delivery, which is played into the onside, and the score remains on 72 for the loss of 2 wickets, and it's Sinclair who is bowling to Terence Ward. Turned away into the onside. Loud call of no from Mikel Louie, who saw the fielder just backward of square, clearly in his view. Behind it, plays it down to the fielder at mid-on. No runs. Here's a delivery which is floated on the off stump, and it's played down to extra cover. No runs. Sinclair is bowling this one a little shorter. Turned away into the onside. The fielder makes good ground, and there is no chance of a run. So the end of the over, a very quiet one, just a single in the over. And after 26 overs completed, the Leewards are scoring at 2.77 runs and over. Mikel Louie, who opened the batting, is still there on 34. And Kacy Karty, last batsman out for 13. Before him, Kofi James for 12. And Earl, we're looking forward to seeing, among others, Joel Andrew. He got 100 in the Under-19 World Cup.
Oh, yes, and not only that, I think he got 61 also. He got a half century following up that 100 in the Under-19 World Cup. But, Carl, I'll get back to what I was asking you as Pamal prepares to come in. When I looked at the captain of the Leeward Islands team, I'll get back to that in a while.
Pamal is bringing Louie forward, and he angles it to the fielder. There at extra cover. At silly mid-off, correction, no runs.
Twice in the last match, I saw him refusing a single to what should have been a run and a half, maybe 2. And I don't think that was tactical. So, you know, people left wondering as to the fitness of the Leeward Islands captain. But then again, he might be a special
Might
case.
be given an exemption. There's no doubt that he's a big fellow, not just tall, but big. Louie is back, plays it away to the man at silly mid-off, and there is no run. 72 for 2, the Leewards. Pamal to bowl to Louie, and Mikel Louie is into line, very patiently plays it away in the offside. He's on 34, but he would want a lot more. Versami Pamal from the far end, and Louie is back, tucks it into the onside. The fielder from mid-on has to move to his right and in, and so that's a well-calculated single to take Mikel Louie on to 35. He has batted well. After 27 overs, the Leewards are 73 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, so Louis put in Cadogan, who was at mid-on under some pressure. It was to his right, and the batsman would have took some of the pace off of that one. And in the end, the fielder took his eye, that's Cadogan took his eye off the ball and fumbled, and in the end the single was easily taken. So certainly the batters should be looking to put pressure on the fielders.
Sinclair is bringing Louis forward, and Louis has been resolute in his defense so far. It's Valentine's Day, and he would want to gift himself a good score here. Here is Sinclair, and he's pulling this one down to the vacant mid-wicket boundary for 4. And that has been one of the features of his game so far. He has latched on to the bad deliveries. As you look at the replay once again, wide enough, and he has the long levers. Got to the pitch of the ball, saw that mid-wicket was open, and he scored 4 runs to take him on to 39. He has batted really well so far.
Yes, a very good shot indeed. It was just delivery which was pitched up just outside the off stump. And he realized that the mid-wicket area was vacant, and he swung it into that area. But as I would have said some time ago, there's a thing called game awareness, and it's a critical part of any cricketer's makeup.
This one is pulled down short, but it was faster. And he missed it, did Louis. And so he still remains on 39, 77 for 2, the Leewards.
Even Stephen, at this point, Guyana has picked up 2 wickets in the morning's play so far. Another wicket or 2 on the side of lunch. And right and cue, they almost had one there, going past forward short leg in the air.
Through his hands, in fact. But it was hit fairly firmly. And so he's on 40 now, is Mikel Louie. And 78 for 2, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. That one was played fairly firmly, but through the hands of the fielder at forward short leg. And he was sideways. He was angling his body sideways, so there was nothing behind it for him to get a rebound.
Probably initially thinking in terms of evasive action. Of course, forward short leg, not one of the easier positions on the field in which to field. And in the end, it got past him and through his hands, as he said, and went away for a single.
Permal. And he's playing around this delivery is Mikel Louie. Misses it, thuds into his pads. And the score remains on 78 for 2, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Is on 40 is Louis. And he's playing this one away on the offside. Fielder from backward point is chasing in quickly. Closes down any chance of a single.
Now we see the batsman having some words. But Louis on 40, he would be looking for his second half century at this level. Of course, he would have made his debut in the first round of matches, and he would have picked up his first half century. Perhaps looking to go on in this one.
Plays this away on the offside. Wants a single. Terence Ward remains rooted to his crease, and justifiably so. There was no chance of a single on that occasion.
Certainly not. To their credit, the Guyana team, they've kept 2 attacking fieldsmen in place looking to pick up a wicket.
Nice shot by Louie. Pitched on the legs, and he was coming forward, and his straight driving has been magnificent today. He just leant on that. It didn't seem to hit it too hard, but it raced away down to the long-on boundary and picked up 4 beautiful runs to take him on to 44. The Leewards are 82 for 2.
What has been a feature of his batting, of his stroke play, is that he's timing the ball well. He's not looking to beat the leather off the ball. He has used good timing.
He's getting good bounce, but Louie was coming forward, saw that the ball was bouncing, and just dropped his hands. Well played.
Well played, but a very good delivery that time by Pamal. Not only bouncing, but gripping a bit and spinning past the right-hander.
Pamal again, and this time he's sticking the pad at it, allows it to spin through to the keeper. And so he's on 44, Mikel Louie. And remember, he scored a half century in the second inning of the game in which the Leewards lost to the Academy. And so he would want to follow up that with a good score in this game. Leewards, 82 for the loss of 2. 29 overs have been completed. And Terence Ward is his partner on 5. And so the wickets for Guyana so far, they have gone to Ali Mohammed, who picked up the wicket of Kofi James, caught at the wicket for 12, and Karty, who was caught by Ali Mohammed off Sinclair for 13. And so the captain has been involved in both dismissals so far.
We have seen a bowling change here from the media center end.
Number 21.
Anthony Adams, looks like the left arm spin, comes into the attack. The force would be taking the ball away from the right-handed batsman.
And he's bowling to Ward. And the first delivery, you saw some hint of turn. But Ward was playing it nicely, just softly dropped it away into the offside for the fielder from slip to retrieve. The waters between Nevis and St. Kitts are usually very busy. Delivery played into the onside. They'll have a single. And Ward will get his 6th run. And the score moves on to 83 for the loss of 2. As you look down, you see the ferries. They tend to leave port every half an hour from Charlestown and from Bastia. From the southeast peninsula, Reggae Beach, it's even more often than that, Earl.
Yes, certainly. And of course, a number of people do travel back and forth to work from St. Kitts to Nevis and vice versa on a daily basis.
Adams is bringing Louie forward and drops it away for extra cover to retrieve. It goes very, very wide on the crease. And Louie drops it away. Again, no runs. 83 for 2, the Leewards. Shorter, flatter, faster, and tugged into the onside, but nicely cleaned up there by the fielder moving from straightish mid-wicket. This one is given generous flight, but Louie is not going to be tempted. He just plays that one quietly on the onside to bring up the end of the over. 30 overs have been completed by Guyana, and the score, the Leewards 83 for 2, as Mikel Louie is on 44, Terence Ward is on 6, and the Leewards won the toss and elected to bat first this morning.
Yes, a good start there by Adams, left arm leg spinner orthodox. Just conceding a single from his first over. And we have seen quite a number of left, so far in this tournament, we have seen quite a number of left arm spinners so far. The academy has 2, Bishop and Ned, taller than the Guyanese leg spinners, of course. And Leeward Islands has a very tall left arm leg spinner who only bowled 5 deliveries in the last match.
Promal is finding the outside edge of the bat of Terence Ward, and it ran down to short third man, no runs, but a good delivery.
Yes, certainly a good delivery, and rather tentative stroke there by Ward. In the end, he kept it down and kept it out.
This time, he's again finding the outside edge of the bat. They have crossed for 1. Ward wants the second run, and that's good running. Came back very quickly, and they got 2 runs to take the score to 85 for 2. Ward moves up to 8, but another good testing delivery by Promal.
Yes, not a very good delivery indeed, and he seems to be making some adjustment to his field now. Let us see what we would do, but once again, it found the outside edge of Ward's bat, but to his benefit, he was able to pick up 2 runs. Ball going all along the ground, and now we see 2 slips in place.
Good captaincy.
Yes, sir.
Very proactive. This time it's on the leg stump, and he's driving to the bowler who feels on his follow through. As earlier, look out, and here comes another ferry from Nevis. So it's not difficult to get from St. Kitts to Nevis or vice versa.
Certainly not.
Here's Promal, and for this delivery, it's played on the onside of the track. It has been a good over by Promal so far. Perhaps the most testing that he has bowled to date.
Oh yes, certainly, and being able to induce 2 edges from Ward.
Nice shot, driven down through the vacant mid-off, goes down to long off, and he'll get another single to take him on now to, I make that, 8? And the score 86 for the loss of 2 wickets, 31 overs completed. 9 indeed is Terence Ward, 44 is Mikel Louie, and I think that we'll have what should be the last over before lunch.
Last over before lunch, and 86 for 2 the Leewards. Slight edge at this point, unless they lose a wicket or 2 in this over. In fact, I think if they do lose a wicket at this point, a lunch would be taken. But so far, Leewards with a slight edge in this morning session, just losing the 2 wickets. And we see some pressure being applied. This, of course, in fact, the Happy Eagles, they're ensuring that this is the last over. There are 2 slips in place and a silly point.
Fine sweep shot there from Terence Ward, and he plays this sweep shot so very well. Elegant. He didn't try to hit it with a lot of power. He just got inside the line of it and helped it down to the fine leg boundary for 4. And so that's his first boundary. Take him on to 13. As we see the shot again, inside the line nicely, and just helped it away down to the boundary for 4. That's good batting by Terence Ward.
Yes, and rather ironical, 2 slips in place and the bowler going on the pads of the batsman.
Here is Adams again, and he's behind it easily as we approach lunch on day 1. Happy Eagles fielding against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who opted to bat first. Good delivery, dropped away into the onside, and the captain is calling in the fielder from deep backward square, and placing him at mid-wicket. And so they would do anything to get a wicket just before lunch, the Happy Eagles. They've picked up 2 so far. And he's coming into line. His Ward defends again away on the onside. And umpire Ramdani, he signals to his partner Carl Tuckett at square leg that there are 2 deliveries left in the over. Sinclair goes wide, and Ward is behind it, plays it away to Silimid off. As we come up on lunch, we remind you that the Leewards won the toss and batted first. Here is the final delivery before lunch, which is punched up to extra cover. And he takes his hat, does Adams, walks towards the pavilion as the umpire lifts the bails. And we tell you that the Leewards, having won the toss and batted first, go to lunch at 90 for the loss of 2 wickets. And Terence Ward is there on 13. Mikel Louie is on 44. They lost the wickets of Kofi James with the score on 33. And he was caught at the wicket of Ali Mohammed for 12. And then Karty was caught by Ali Mohammed of the bowling of Sinclair for 13. The score was then 64 for 2. We have moved up to 90 for the loss of 2 wickets. And that's it with play at Warner Park before lunch. We'll be back with you in just about 35 minutes' time.
Well, welcome back here at Warner Park, where play resumes after lunch. Leeward Islands, after being inserted by the Guyana Harpy Eagles, at lunch they were 90 for 2 with Ward on 13 and Louie on 14, both batsmen not out. And Thorn will pick up the attack from the far end. And he has 2 slips a gully, backward point, cover, and mid-off rather wide, and on the onside mid-on, short mid-wicket and a long leg. Right away, Louie into action, a lovely shot through the offside. They're going to the right of mid-off, which is a bit wide, and 4 runs.
Lovely, lovely, lovely shot there. And straight as he has been playing. Just a delivery which was over-pitched just a tad, and Louie was quickly into his stride after lunch and picked up runs to take him up to 48.
But Carlisle, though, I find throughout the Harpy Eagles, they've had their mid-off rather wide. Better delivery from Thorn. Louis defending this time, a delivery and off stump, and exploring the possibility of a run. But we have seen a number of shots going through that region, through the mid-on region. And the mid-off is a bit short and wide. But Thorn continues. Louis defending well. And the good thing about Louis is that when the bad balls come along, he's putting them away. And that's a sign of a good batsman, a batsman who is in form. And he does not allow himself to get bogged down. Gets one from the inner portion of the bat up to mid-on. Pomal is fielding. So the Harpy Eagles coming back out. Having picked up 2 wickets before lunch. And they're just 2 slips in a gully. But most of the other fielders in run-saving position, just the long leg back on the boundary. Now there's a show of excitement there from the bowler. It was one angle down the leg side. The batsman played that, and some of the slip fielders and the bowler thought that he might have gotten an edge onto that. The keeper said we had to move to his left to rope that one in. Got a glove to it, but put it down.
I think it came off the pads, though. I don't pay a lot of credence to these fielders. They shout for everything, but when they're batting, it's not out.
Yes, certainly. And that is so true. Outside the off stump and through to the keeper. So the first over after lunch comes to an end, and we've had 1 boundary struck. The first delivery after lunch, and Leeward starting well.
Yeah, they brought back Thorn, and so we leave Pomal from the far end, and Thorn again was up and down. He's just coming from the Youth World Cup. But Farrell, I said Farrell, Earl, there is a distinct difference between one-day cricket and 4-day cricket. And so he's going to have to settle in. He's not just looking to bowl 10 overs and then his job is done. He's in a 4-day game where he will be called to bowl different spells on different days.
Certainly, and who knows, he might be called on to bowl 10 overs on the trot. Just depends on the situation and how well he's bowling. But certainly a different kettle of fish, 4-day cricket and 1-day cricket. Adams will continue. He closed out at lunch and he will continue from the media center end. What is defending?
I'll have to run next door by the scores and make a check, Earl, because I'm not too sure if the overs for Thorn are accurately reflected. We know there was a mix-up between him and Ali Mohammed, both of whom are wearing the same shirt, and so the scores just went based on the short number.
Well, sometimes you have to look for differences. Thorn could be easily picked out. Thorn is tall, angular, and you cannot mistake the hair plait. Push to mid-on, and it's Cadogan who is fielding, moving from his position at short mid-wicket. No run. So both players, of course, wearing number 51, which perhaps was a bit misleading. You have the captain. He's at mid-off. And defended by Ward. It goes back up the track to the bowler fields. So fairly quiet over there. Good start after lunch by Adams. And it's 94 for 2.
With Terence Ward on 13 and Mikel Louie on 48. Lunch had a nice little chat with two former Leeward Islands players. Noel Gishard, of course, the all-rounder, off-spinning player, originally from St. Kitts and still lives and works in St. Kitts. And Clifford Bumba Walwyn, who is from Nevis but who lives in the Virgin Islands.
St. Thomas, to be exact. And I did have a chat with him and he was still talking cricket.
Absolutely. I told him that the Berridge Howell will be returning. And he asks, can I get a game?
I would imagine that. Ton this time, Louis perhaps thinking of pulling, but in the end pulled out of the shot and rather awkwardly dropped it in front of him. But Noel Gishard, of course, Carlisle, he would have completed the double in regional cricket, getting past 100 wickets and scoring 1,000 runs. Very good all-rounder, off-spinner, of course. Very knowledgeable of the game also. And here's Louis looking to pull again. That shot got him into trouble in the first match, in the second innings.
I tell you what he's going to have to be careful of. He's pulling on length and not necessarily keeping his eyes on the ball. The moment he sees it drop short, he's getting ready to pull. You still have to keep your eyes on it and look at it all the way onto your bat.
Well, the experienced Terence Ward called him down and had some words with him. And he's defending, angles it down to gully.
Now, if I was Son, I'd be serving up a couple more short deliveries.
Oh, yes, certainly. He was caught at forward square just before the interval, the tea interval for 58 in the last match. And he should be wary of that particular shot. Defending once more. And a quick single taken, the return goes past the stumps. And they're backed up in the offside.
Single was always there, but it caught Terence Ward a little flat-footed. But Louis was always eager and anxious to get down to the non-striker's end.
So Louis inching towards another half century. That will take him to 49. It's now 95 for 2, the Leewards. Winning the toss and batting here today. on a good Warner Park track. Short over the batsman. In fact, the batsman ducking under that one. One signaled, one over the shoulder signaled by umpire Carl Tuckett. Speaking of Carl Tuckett, his son too is involved in this tournament. He's the wicketkeeper for the West Indies Academy.
And had a good game behind the stumps. He needs a few runs in front of the stumps.
Yeah, definitely. His glove work was very good. I'll get back to that in a while. This one, an attempted drive there by Ward. It bounces up to backward point where it's fielded and there's no run. Young Tuckett, of course, he would have missed one or two chances in terms of catches against the spinners, but apart from that, his glove work was very, very good. But in fact, he would have batted just once in that particular game. So a bit earlier to wait his batting. But of course, we have a game going on over there at Connery. We'll try to get some scores for you as this game progresses. But Adams will continue. Louie stretching forward and defending. Adams, of course, bowling left arm around the wicket. The defense once more. This time it goes down to backward point and he can't score. Using his reach, his height, stretching forward and dropping it in front of him with an angled bat, the ball going down to first slip. Forward once more. And Adams has been steady. He has bowled a good line, a good length without really troubling the batsman too much. Forward, once more Louie. This time to delivery outside off stump, and he got it from the outer portion of the bat. Quicker, flat on leg stump, there's an appeal, but that certainly seemed to have come from bat.
From the middle of the bat, Farrell.
For some strange reason, you have begun to call me Farrell today. There's a Farrell, of course.
Sorry, Earl.
There's a Farrell, of course, Farrell Smitten, who would have been involved in cricket in Nevis. He would have played for Nevis at some point. And he, of course, at one time, the speaker in the assembly in the NIA, or do you call him the president? The president, of course, in St. Kitts is the speaker, Nevis the president. And he would have done some commentaries also in Nevis. So Thorn will continue from the far end. And Ward is defending. And Thorn picks up in a short mid-wicket position and there's no run. So Thorn and his captain wearing the same numbers. But total difference between these two. So Ward is pushing down to square leg. Adams is around to his right to field, just moving across in front of umpire Ramdani. No run. There's really been excellent weather today. bright, sunny. Just some white, fluffy clouds around. And the typical Caribbean day. Well played there by Ward. He gets delivery short of a good length, lift in, and he's on top of it and angles it down into the offside. But a typical Caribbean day, Carlisle, a day which I'm pretty certain many would enjoy, sitting on a mango tree with the cool breeze blowing through.
Or on the beach, Earl.
Well, that too, that's an option. Ward defends once more. And this time it goes up to mid-off. And there's no run. So Cadogan is the fielder there. He's at mid-off. I noticed too, Carlisle, they brought the mid-off a lot straighter. In fact, there are two slips, gully, backward point, extra cover, and mid-off. Short, and this time Terence Ward is attempting to pull this one into the onside. Ball going over his left shoulder.
And a very naughty shot. That was much too high for him to be attempting to score. And batsmanship and the short ball, it has something to do with ego. Batsmen like to say, I'm not going to duck at everything. The best way to play that shot would have been not to play at all. Just to bail out, let it go over your head, make the bowler bowl again.
He does so now, and this one is played straight up to Adams at short mid-wicket, and the Ward can't score. Yes, and Carlisle, that is so true. Too often we have seen batsmen getting out just because of their ego. And we know that, yes, of course, there must be a certain bit of ego about batsmen. You could say some of the great players, they have a big ego. Viv Richards, for example, you could think of that, but he was smart with it. It was not just ego. He was smart with the way he played. So Adams will continue, left arm, leg spin around the wicket, and Louie is looking for one run to get his second half century in as many matches at this level.
He's also looking for 51 to get his first century.
Yes, certainly. And of course, he would like to get to that first landmark. But then, as you rightly said, he should think in terms of going on.
Look at that again. Off the edge of the bat into the pads, and the fielding side is going up as if he's sure to be sent.
Well, sometimes defended by Louie. But Carlisle, we have known that sometimes it seems as though the ball is coming off bat first and into the pads, and then on review, it's the other way around. So, but that certainly looked from bat to pad. Defending once more is Louie. So, the Guyana team being able to keep things in check. We have just had some 5 runs scored since the luncheon interval. Louie defends once more. And the bowler is fielding this time. So,
lazy defensive shot though, almost carried it back to the bowler. Now he gets his half century.
Driving nicely down to long and picks up a single and gets to his half century. And he should be looking to start again.
In the warm-up game in Nevis that the Hurricanes played against Nevis, he was really patient. Batted for most of the day and got to 122 runs. And that signaled to the selectors that he was ready to come and play for the Leewards. And he has had his chance, second half century in as many innings, because he scored his first half century in the second inning of the game against the Academy, and has followed up this now with a half century. By the way, Earl, I like the look of Thorn. There is much to like about him. He's aggressive. He has a bit of pace behind him as well, and he can only learn from this.
Yes, certainly, and he has been around youth cricket for a number of years. And he's Thorn showing his aggression that you spoke about just now, digging it in, and Louie going now under that delivery and allowing it through to the keeper.
As a batsman, you have to know which one to take on. And that was straight, and it was aggressive, and the height was sufficient that he played it well.
Louie, of course, a very tall man. Thorn could see the effort by the young bowler. He's really running in and really hitting the pitch hard.
Not a lot of great fast bowlers have played at Warner Park. Not a lot of fast bowlers have been able to get it to bounce and bounce steeply.
Well, Andy Roberts certainly would have done very well here at Warner Park.
You're talking about one of the greats.
And I saw Ambrose here just before he got into the West Indies team.
That one should be called wide, and indeed it is. Pitched about midway in the pitch and just looped way over the head of Louie. And that's the way to play these kinds of deliveries. Not that even if he tried, he could have reached it, but it's a delivery which the bowler is going to have to bowl again.
Yes, certainly a delivery which looped over the batsman's head. But here's another good delivery. This time it's going over the top of the off bail and not really looping over the batsman this time. And Louie handled it well too.
That's a better delivery. That's forcing the batsman to take evasive action.
Currently Ambrose here at Warner Park one afternoon too, just before he got into the West Indies team. Thorn bowls a short lifting one, and Louie has to defend. But he's working up some steam here. And he's really challenging the batsman. And perhaps that spell, I think it was against Jamaica. I can't totally recall, but here at Warner Park, that was one of the quickest spells I'm sure Courtney Ambrose must have bowled in his life. It was really quick that afternoon. And that year, he certainly was doing quite well too. And he got himself into the West Indies team.
Well, I saw Ambrose in year one, first year in Leeward Islands tournament, in Antigua at the ARG against St. Kitts. And if he bowled here in St. Kitts faster than in that game, then he was indeed bowling fast.
He was bowling fast. And, I heard some pundits saying that that spell was very quick. Could have been quicker in Antigua. I did not see that one, so I can't compare. This one is short, lifting, going away outside the off stump. Rather innocuous delivery that time. And Louie does not have to play a shot. But certainly Warner Park over the years would have been pretty docile. And speaking of Warner Park and speaking of cricket in the Leewards, he asked me to give two names of players who I think should be given that golden jacket. It's very difficult to find another name. I could think of people like Len Harris, for example, from St. Kitts, who did very well at regional level. There were people like Gene Gould, for example, from Antigua, who never went on to play for Leewards. And there are so many other names outside the off stump from Adams. No shot offered by the batsman.
But that's a good delivery. Teasing. Asking the batsman to come and fetch it.
So Adams has been steady. Draws a defensive prod. And that return crease, he seems to be getting very close to that return crease. Let's have a look at him again and see. This one is punched into the offside. It's going out towards the boundary. Pursued there by
Looks like Permal.
Permal, yes, Permal in fact. And in the end, the batsman went through for a second run. So, 2 more to the score. This time he's defending. It goes through short extra cover. And there's no run. So 99 for 2. 1 run away from a milestone. The Leewards defended this time by Ward. So Ward has inched on to 15. And I say inched on to 15. He has faced some 48 deliveries. Rather pedestrian. Draws away, forces into the offside for a quick single. And once more, Permal is called into action. Feels well, and just a run. So 100 comes up for the Leewards in exactly 40 overs. And it's 100 for 2.
And the attack for Guyana will be continued by Thorne. Captain is asking him to bend his back and give him over after over here after lunch. And the young man has responded well. He has responded by trying to intimidate the batters and bowling short deliveries at them. And they haven't been in any trouble with the short deliveries so far. I think the first time that he pitched up and it was driven back past him for 4, told him, no, that's not the length. And so he has resorted to shorter bowling.
Short again. That one seemed to have a bit of pace on it, Carlisle, but did not really trouble the batsman. It was outside the off stump and moving further away, but that seemed to be a very pacey delivery. Good carry through to the wicketkeeper also. So he's really running in his Isaiah Thorne. This is a big effort here by the young man. Driven and finds middle in the way. So what can it score? Sinclair in a sort of gully position. We have not seen that cartwheel today, which suggests that he has not taken a wicket. Driven straight back up to the bowler. He knocks it down. Tied it up at mid-off. No run. Cadogan, the fieldsman. Guyanese players seem to like these big numbers. Cadogan is sporting 101 on his back. I think Hetmeyer sports a big number also, 100 plus also. Down the onside, it runs away to the boundary, and it's for byes. And it was a badly lined delivery. It was pitched outside the off stump, moving further away. The wicketkeeper saved. We had no chance, and it ran away for 4. It was straight fine leg boundary. So Thorne perhaps guilty of overtrying, trying too hard.
And bowling the wrong line.
Comes charging in once more. This is better. This is on about off stump and a good length. And the Ward has to defend. It goes up to extra cover. And it's fielded there by Perez. And there's the run. Short extra cover. So Leeward's 104 for 2 in over number 41. One legal delivery left in this over. Outside the off stump. Ward is not playing a shot. Just picks up the line rather stylishly, leaves it alone. And through it goes to the wicket keeper. But, you know, Carlisle, I've always been amazed that some of the leave alone, some of these batsmen have in cricket. Courtney Walsh had a very good leave alone also, and perhaps if he had gotten runs for his stylish leave alone, he would have had a very healthy average. But perhaps that was the best part of his batting.
It's good to look stylish, but it's more important to get some runs on the tins.
But this one is played upishly a bit, but he dropped well in front of the captain, Ali Mohammed, who is stationed there at sort of deepish mid-off. No danger of being caught that time. So Adams. Oh, this is a beautiful delivery. Pitched on about center and off and spun away from the outer edge of Mikel Louie's bat. Stumps were broken. The peel went up, but Louie seemed to be well anchored. Oh, this is suicide, and look at it, you know, it's not out. The return should have come to the non-striker's end. Ward was charging down. The ball was played to short mid-wicket. It was fielded there by Cadogan. Ward was charging down, looking for what I consider to be a non-existent single. The return went to the wrong end. It went to the keeper's end. He was well back in his ground, and Ward was about 3/4 way down, almost. And the return gone to the bowler's end. Just an easy lap back to the bowler's end. He could have been on his way.
Miscommunication. There was never a chance of a single there, Earl.
But he lives to fight on. Edged, but played with soft hands. The ball going down into the turf, just bouncing in front of the slip fielder. No run, so yes, it's good to be looking for the single, but certainly that one was not on. Louis pulling and pulling well, and it goes over the square leg boundary, and it's a mighty blow, and it's 6 runs.
Good shot. As I said earlier, he has made very good use of the bad deliveries and has seized on the opportunities to get runs.
Yes, short, angled down the leg side, too short from the bowler. And Louis was into his wicket and pulled it over square leg. Well-timed shot too, and 6 runs. His first 6 of the innings, and in fact, the first 6 of the Leeward Islands innings. So Lee was 110 for 2. And this has been a hallmark of Louis' innings so far. He is prepared to defend, and when the bad balls come along, he's prepared to put them away.
And he has done it beautifully. We see that the Leewards have then moved to 110 for 2, and Guyana get into the overs very quickly. It's 42 overs completed so far, and so that's good going. We are on track to get in our 90 overs, by the 5 o'clock cut-off time for play today. So we might not be doing any overtime, which is good news.
It's certainly good news. I mean, these are long days. And with the spinners operating for Guyana for quite a bit. We have seen Pomal, we have seen Adams. Short edged and dropped by Chandrapal at second slip. It might have dropped just in front of him.
No, I think it carried all the way through.
Yeah. So certainly a good delivery there by Thorne. They're not getting the reward for his effort.
Don't think it's Chandrapal though. It looks a little bit too tall. Is it?
Nando, in fact, is the one that would have dropped that. So, Thorne looking for his first wicket in this match. And now, there's a bit of discussion going on out there. In fact, the batsmen are in the middle. They seems to be held up a bit.
Was a good opportunity though, Earl. Short of a length, but closer to the batsman this time. Forced him into the shot, and it flew. That would have been just a little below waist height. But the slips are set a little bit wide, and so he had to go diving away to his right. And he got his hands to it, but he spilled it.
In fact, the play was held up due to the fact that they were awaiting the return of the ball. Must have been lodged someplace. And we are forced unsighted. But it's back in play. But obviously, Thorne has been told to run in and give it his all. And he has been doing so. And he should have been rewarded. But instead, 4 runs to the batsman Ward. Played up to mid-off. And no run is scored. So, 114 it is for 2, the Leeward Islands. Ward has moved into the 20s, in fact, exactly on 20. And he would be looking to go beyond the 28 he made in the last match. So on short, lifting, the batsman has to go under. So it's obvious, Carlisle, that Thorne has been instructed by his captain to run in and really attack the batsman. You've seen a number of short deliveries. He's been aggressive. And should have been rewarded, but catch going down. Nando, another youth player. Outside the off stump from Thorne. And Terence Ward is across and allows it through. Of course, as I said earlier, Carlisle, we look forward to seeing young Joel Andrew perform. In fact, I understand that he was right into action for his school when he got back to Antigua. In fact, scored 100 for his school. Driven by Ward up to mid-wicket for a run. And just a single. Adams moving quickly to his left to retrieve. Just 1 run to Ward.
And again, a little bit of hesitation, some miscommunication. So these batsmen will have to restore the trust that they had before lunch.
Yes, and that was an easy single. It was driven into the open spaces. And there was no doubt that the run was on. Who knows, they could have challenged that fieldsman for a second run. Ball between mid-on and mid-wicket. Louie pushing into the offside down to backward point. And he has this way about him of playing the ball and with his right hand suggesting to his partner that there's a possibility of a run there.
Nothing that a good, solid no can't fix.
Well, I've always believed that there are two batsmen out there. And as you rightly said, even though it might look like a single, you know, if the other batsman decided it's no, it should be no. And that's all part of communication between two batsmen.
I'll give you a summary of the scores around the region so far during the course of this over. I can tell you that the Cricket Academy, West Indies Academy, are in lots of trouble against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They are 120 for 8. That's the other game being played here in St. Kitts over at Connery. The game Barbados against the Windward Island Volcanoes. Last score I'm seeing, Barbados 76 for the loss of 5. And the Jamaican Scorpions against the Combined Colleges, 50 for 2.
Okay, so they had it. The scores from around the region. Of course, the Windward Islands Volcanoes came into this round here, leading the pack on top of the tournament. They would have won the opening encounter. And of course, there are bonus points in play. They would have picked up some bonus points also. And they were top of the table by some distance.
None of the batsmen for Barbados so far have reached 20.
That's not good indeed.
Must be some concern about the form of Captain Craig Brathwaite. He only made 2.
And he had a very poor run in there in Australia also. I don't think he got into the 20s at any point. But this one is pushed into the offside. And no one scored. As Adams continues. I'm looking at interest with Adams, and he's going wide of the stumps and very close to that return crease. And is he outside or is he in? Quick single as the over comes to an end. So 118 it is now for to the Leewards. And Ward has gone on to 23.
In the academy score of 121 for 8, would you believe it? Teddy Bishop, 65. And then after that, 22 to Joshua Bishop, he's not out. 13 to August. And then the others are all single-digit
Joshua
figures.
Bishop and Teddy Bishop.
Can't tell you if they're related. I have absolutely no idea.
Okay, I think Teddy Bishop, no, they are not related. One is from Grenada. Teddy Bishop came into the team. He was with the West Indies team, the one-day team, the 2020 team in Australia. And he was drafted into the squad for this match. But I think he's from the Windward Islands, so I don't think there's any relation.
Jaden Sales has picked up 3 for 26. Anderson Phillip 2 for 35. And Kerry Pierre 2 for 7.
So the academy is struggling there. They would have been strengthened by the inclusion of such people as Teddy Bishop, who would have come back from West Indies duty in Australia. Joshua Bishop himself batting at number 8 or 9 in the first match. He would have scored some 58 runs. So he's very useful down in the lower order.
Change of bowling from the far end.
It's the captain himself, Ali Mohammed, who comes into the attack. And he's replacing Thorne. Both of them, of course, wearing the same number 51. But it's the captain, Ali Mohammed. Thorne stands there at mid-off. Defended up to mid-on by Karty. By Ward, sorry. No run. Ali Mohammed, of course, would have gotten the breakthrough for his team earlier today. He picked up the first wicket. And he picked up the wicket of James, who was caught behind. And that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
118 for 2. Defended again by Ward up to mid-on. No run. This time it goes on the offside. And it's Perez who moves around, picks up. No run. So we have been blessed with very good weather here in Bastia, and obviously at Connery. There's not been no interruption outside the off stump through to the keeper. And it's hope that we will not lose any play. We lost a whole day here at Warner Park. And at the other venue, we just had play on the first day in the first round. But the weather is looking very promising so far. Ali Mohammed taking on the pad that this looks close. The finger goes up and Ward is on his way. Leg before to the captain of the Guyana team, Ali Mohammed, and he has to make his way back for some 23 runs.
I could have called that from here. It was plumb, it was straight, he was playing right around it, a full delivery, looked very casual, and you don't do that in cricket. You don't do that as a batsman. You lose your wicket. And this is one of the challenges that you face with some of the young batsmen. Terence not being so young himself, but he had been there for a while, and just a delivery that he should have been solid in defense behind, and just played right around it, missed it, and he was dead plumb LBW.
Yes, and I was just waiting for the finger of umpire Carl Tuckett to go up, because certainly there seemed to be no doubt as to what that decision would have been. Struck in front, and an easy decision there for Tuckett to make. So Adams drawing a defensive back there from Hamilton. Adams, of course, picking up his first wicket in this inning so far. This time Adams is closer to the stumps, but somehow I think at times he seems to be cutting the return crease. Looking at him closely in this inning so far. This time he's good, he's close to the stumps. And this one is swept away though by Hamilton down to the long leg boundary for 4.
Good shot. Pitch outside the legs, and he just helped it on its way and picked up 4 good-looking runs. I think what you have to look at when Permal is bowling, and what you have to remember is that the crucial foot for the no ball, which is cutting the return crease, is not the front foot. The front foot can go any place except over. The back foot cannot touch the line. And so you have to stay focused on the back foot and see if he's cutting that line with his back foot. So far for me, he has been good.
So they had it, but he has been getting pretty close to that line, as I've said. And one wonders if at some point he would infringe. But so far, the umpire has deemed all his deliveries to be legal deliveries. As a matter of fact, he has not bowled a no ball in his spell so far. So obviously, he has been doing the right thing. But it's 125 for 4 from 46 overs. So Guyana easing themselves back into the game.
Definitely. Definitely. Definitely.
Picking up some 2 quick wickets after the lunch and interval. Leewards resuming at 90. They would have scored some 35 runs and lost 2 wickets. But there's a nice drive, well fielded there by Thorne. Mix up there and return, which direct hit might have posed some problems there for Louie, but in the end he was diving in. And now we see Hamilton having some words with him. But
somebody was ball watching,
yeah,
because that was an easy single.
I think so too. So once again we see the Leewards having some mix up with their running between the wicket. So Hamilton, after having some words with Louie.
And he got a half century in the last game. Not enough to save the Leewards, but he did score 70 odd in the second inning.
Well, one wonders if the Leewards had wanted to be saved, because in the end they would have played some very poor cricket. Hamilton himself batting along with Terence Ward. In my opinion, they would have played some poor cricket just before lunch on that last day. But I'll get back to that in a while. Driven, but straight back to the bowler, Ali Mohammed, who fields to his own bowling, plucks it from the air. Leewards at that point, one would have thought that at lunch with about a lead of about 160, with an hour to go, one would have thought that they, at that stage, an hour before lunch, or even half an hour before lunch, they would have been looking to accelerate and get some runs on the board, but they seem to have shut up shop at that point and played for lunch. I'll get back to that in a while. As Hamilton is driving, but straight back to the bowler, Ali Mohammed, the captain who fields.
Smith, my philosophy is a little bit different. Maybe it came from having sat on the bench managing Nevis for so many years, and then 4 years with the Leewards. You play cricket. You play your best shots at the ball that you receive. I'm not in this business of saying to people, try to accelerate the scoring at the expense of accelerating the fall of your wickets.
Well, look, that is one way of looking at it, Carlisle, but I hadn't quite finished what I was trying to say at that point. I was not speaking in terms of rush shots and so on, but looking to rotate the strike more, looking to pick up more runs, looking to up the tempo, looking to increase the scoring rate. You had 2 set batsmen at that time. But then immediately after lunch, when they had to restart again, this is when they attempted to accelerate the scoring rate and they lost wickets quickly, as this one is going into the onside. That is when they lost wicket quickly.
I remember sitting at home and looking at the game and telling a friend of mine who was on the phone, Leewards can lose this game. Anytime they try to accelerate by playing reckless cricket, the Leewards can lose. And he said the Leewards cannot lose. I said, I'll bet you half a dozen drinks of your choice. I'm yet to collect my drinks.
Okay. But I think they read the game poorly, right? And you know, I think they should have taken some more time to reset. But we are having a water break at this point.
Just bailing out of this one. And so the score remains on 153 for 4.
Yes, short. It was a rather loopy bounce, so slow than some of the previous deliveries. And in the end, all that ends well.
Controls this one nicely, does Louie. It was again short, but he was on top of it and just rolling the wrist and playing it down backward of square to pick up a single to take him on to run number 77. And the Leewards are 154 for 4.
So the captain, Ali Mohammed, might be tiring it a bit at this point. He's in his 14th over, 2 for 43. It's been very hot out there too, Carlisle.
Oh, yes. And I remember one time somebody saying to a cricket team that was in the field, it's a lovely day for cricket. And they said, yeah, because you're not in the field.
Most definitely.
It's nice and sunny, but the batsmen would have preferred, the bowlers would have preferred a little bit more breeze.
That's right.
Now we see a change from Ali Mohammed. He has decided to go around the wicket to bowl to Hamilton. And he's driving firmly. Fielder from mid-on has to chase around. And Mikel Louie does some brilliant work. He says, yes, I'll come back for the second run. And they complete that easily enough. The score is 156 for 4. Louie is on 77. And with him is Jama Hamilton, who has moved up to 18.
Yes, good cricket there by Louie.
All it is to bowl to Louie, who is just driving straight down to the fielder at extra cover, no runs.
So Pamal yet to pick up a wicket in this inning so far.
And they're making a change in that they have brought the fielder from mid-wicket and now placed it very straight, straightish short on the offside. And so they have moved the fielder from backward square to forward of square. And so just the three fielders on the onside, one being under the bat and the other at mid-on. Here is Louie defending again. And he's on 77 and would be having thoughts of batting through until tea time. And I've always maintained, Earl, that as a batsman, you should be in no hurry to go off to sit in the pavilion. You just bat.
Well, the only place you can make runs is out in the middle.
He's driving Louie and finds the fielder Cadogan, who has been played at short mid-off.
Louie has shown great patience, though, so far in this knot.
And he has to resist the temptation of playing across the line and into the vacant mid-wicket position. Driving firmly but short of the fielder was being placed there exactly for that purpose. Ali Mohammed, 14 overs, 2 for 45. Cadogan, and the scorers have gone with it off the screen before I can complete giving you the bowling figures. And that's going to happen from time to time because we're not sharing the same room, Earl.
Yes, certainly. So 13 overs for Pamal and conceding some 21 runs. So he has been very tight, very miserly, and he has kept things tight for his team. But it seems as though Sinclair is going to pick up the attack from the far end, and he's yet to take a wicket. And perhaps if he does, we'll see that signature somersault.
If we've been telling you that Ali Mohammed is the captain, we've been wrong. It's Anderson who is the captain. Yeah, he's feeling slip, and he's definitely in charge.
Well, we have been wrong all morning, so we do apologize to listeners.
Sinclair has now been switched to the far end, and he's bowling a bad delivery down the leg side, and for once Hamilton misses out. Again on the leg stump outside, and just tugged away into the onside. The fielder from on the 45 has to run across to his right. And Hamilton wanted a single. Louie said no. 156 for 4, the Leewards.
So better delivery that time from Sinclair. Starting badly, starting with a couple of deliveries, 2 straight.
This one is down the leg side, and he's trying a little fancy tickle Hamilton, misses it.
His favorite paddle. But now he rehearses a push to the onside with a straight bat.
This time he gets it through the infield as Hamilton and will pick up a boundary. Just carefully bisected the fielders there at backward point and extra cover. And last delivery of the over, picking up a boundary to take him on to 18, Hamilton. And the score now moves on to 160. 160 it is for the loss of 4 wickets, the Leewards.
Good shot by Hamilton. Once he had found the gap, the ball raced away to the boundary. Of course, ball traveling downhill. There's a slight slope on that side of Warner Park. And the ball really picked up speed and raced away to the boundary for 4.
Hamilton is in fact on 22. And the Leewards are rebuilding, having lost the 4th wicket with his score on 121. It's now 160 for 4. So 39 between these two so far in terms of the partnership.
I think the Leewards, they were 120 when they lost the 3rd wicket, and then 121, the 4th wicket going down.
Pamal, from the pavilion end, and Louie is forward, and they're running through for a single. Bit of hesitation, so they'll have to have a conference about that. The single was there for the taking. They're two good runners, but they hesitated just a little bit.
Yes, they certainly did. But in the end, they got through safely. But of course, hesitation could, could leave batsmen stranded in the middle of the track. Once you begin to hesitate, you could lose precious moments. And that could be the difference between being run out and being in.
He's punking this into the offside. Hamilton, this one will race away to the boundary for 4. Just a little bit short and wide. And Hamilton seized on that and punched it nicely down to the wide-ish extra cover boundary and picked up 4 good-looking runs. He moves on to 26, and the Leewards are 165 for 4.
Hamilton would always capitalize on anything just slightly short, and he's gonna really blast it away to the boundary if he's given the opportunity. And the good thing about that shot, it's a packed offside field, and he played it into the gap as opposed to playing it straight to any of the fieldsmen. There's a backward point, a cover, extra cover, mid-off. That's the offside field, but he found the gap well, and he picked up 4 runs.
And we've been having some excellent shots of the game, and the replays have been fantastic. Here is Hamilton, defends into the offside, no runs. And we say thanks to Cricket 360 for providing the coverage, and not just coverage, but excellent coverage of the game. Promal in the middle of an over bowls to Jamar Hamilton, and he's back and gets this off the outer portion of the bat. He's running the first run hard, and that allows him the opportunity to just come strolling back for a second run. He moves on with those 2 runs now to 28, and the score is 167 for 4. And the boats just seem to come rolling out of Navy soil. There's another one on the way down. After the game, I'll want them to be heading the opposite direction and heading up so I can head home.
I would imagine.
Seems like we'll be good by the 5 o'clock mark. We will have our 90 overs bowled. Here is Promal to Hamilton, who is back and just angles out it away to the fielder from backward point. No runs.
Promal has been very tidy, and this perhaps might be his most expensive over so far.
This one is pitched outside leg, and again he's sweeping his Hamilton, and we see leg byes being signalled. Promal went up, but it was obviously pitched outside the leg stump, and you're not allowed to give those LBW. And so that results in a 4, as we see the replay. Pitched outside leg, he was inside the line, the keeper was way down leg. And he went down there having seen it pitched outside leg, but he still went up with a polite inquiry. And in those instances, the fielding side will tell you that it is their job to appeal, and if the umpire gives it, so be it. But when they are batting, they don't want you to do the same appeal.
That is true. But I've seen that work for some players, even at the international level, where ball pitches outside the leg stump and umpires are giving batsmen out. I think I would have seen that happen to Chandra Paul some years ago in Pakistan. I'm not too certain. No, it could have been in one of those Asian countries, but I'm not too certain. It could have been Sri Lanka, where the ball was pitching outside the leg stump and umpire giving him out. But, in those days, there was no review system. So, the batsman just had to walk once given out.
50-run partnership has come up between these two. The Leewards are 171 for 4. Louie He's in defense. And no runs. He remains on 78. Hamilton is on 28.
Good partnership. Guyana was clawing their way back into this game.
He's going back, looking to turn it into the onside. And the loud shout goes up. But again, the players shout for everything. There is no chance of a run. And we'll see the replay on the screen in just a little while. Turning, that's missing. That's going to miss the leg stump.
Missing the leg stump. And
Carl Tuckett played this game. Played for the Leewards as an all-arounder. Played for the West Indies A team on tour of India. And he also played a one-day international for the West Indies. Here is Louie hitting this one firmly. There's a fielder down at long on who is fancying his chances, but he can only watch it sail over his head. 6 good-looking runs to Louie, and that will take him on to 84. Leewards are 177 for 4. And we look at it again, and this one just in the arc. And Louie says, yes, I'll have some of that. And he hit it right down over the wide long-on boundary for 6 runs. Here's it driving firmly. Brings the fielder off the boundary at long-on, and he'll get a single. And that will take him to 85. Leewards are 178 for 4. And this is by far his highest score. His highest score would have been his half century.
well, this is only his second match.
Yes.
Yeah. And he has struck 3 maximums so far.
Sinclair to Hamilton, who is driving firmly. And he brings up the end of the over. Leeward's 178 for 4. And the current partnership is 57. Mikel Louie is on 85. Jama Hamilton is on 28. Sinclair has picked up 1 for 29 at the end of that over. And the Leewards have just very quietly stepped up their run rate to 3.13. And losing today Kofi James for 12. Karty for 13, Terence Ward for 23, and Joel Andrew for no score.
Welcome half-century partnership there for the Leewards between Hamilton and Louie. Guyana, of course, was clawing their way back into the game, picking up 2 quick wickets after lunch, and these two restoring the edge to the Leewards.
And Promal starting a new over, pitching a delivery wide to going further away, and Louie doesn't play. A repeat of the first delivery, and again he doesn't play.
Well, it's a patience game, and obviously Promal is working on something there. Promal is a wily old character. He's been around this game for quite some time. In fact, at one point he was the captain of the Guyana's team.
End of the over, 178 for the loss of 4 wickets. 58 overs have been completed, and Mikel Louie is on 85, with him Jama Hamilton on 28. And so the Leewards won the toss this morning and decided to take first knock. And so far, Ali Mohammed has picked up 2 for 45, Sinclair 1 for 29, and Adams 1 for 38. Misfielding there by the fielder at extra cover, and it will race across the outfield and into the boundary for 4, and that will take Hamilton up to 32, and the Leewards on to 182 for 4.
Might have gotten a bad bounce that time. The fielder there at extra cover. And once it had beaten him, it ran away to the boundary for 4.
Repeat of the shot, repeat of the boundary. Another good-looking photo, Hamilton. This time he played it more to the left of the fielder, and he had absolutely no chance. He just ran to retrieve from the boundary. So Hamilton moves on to 36, and they score to 186 for 4.
Hamilton getting his 36 runs from just some 40 deliveries, so by far the best strike rate so far in this innings, this Leeward Island innings.
And now the Guyana team, they have put out a sweeper on the offside.
Well, they're conceding runs, they're conceding boundaries, and the Captain Anderson realizes that he has to begin to save runs at this point. Just 4 wickets down, good partnership.
Cut in down to the sweeper who has been put out. They'll get a single, and that will take Hamilton on to 37, and the Leewards are on 187 for 4. We're in over number 59. We're due to bowl 90 today.
Hamilton really providing the impetus to the Leeward Islands innings. He's going at a good strike rate.
This is good, sensible batting by Mikel Louie. Just placing this one on the onside, wide of the ball on his follow through, and the fielder coming off the long on boundary. So he gets run number 86, Mikel Louie, 188 for 4. Sinclair is the bowler. Hamilton is driving firmly, but straight back to the bowler. So at the end of the over then, it's 188 for the loss of 4. Mikel Louie is on 86, and Jamal Hamilton is on 37.
Guyana needs a wicket at this point. Pomal has been steady, he has been accurate, but perhaps they might be looking to serve up something different to the Leeward Islands batsman at this point, but Pomal seems to be continuing from this end. Perhaps they might be thinking in terms of going back to Ali Mohammed, who seems to be the partnership breaker in this Guyana team.
Louis has batted well.
Exceptionally well.
This one he leaves alone, a delivery which was flighted, just a little wide of the off stump, and he said, no thanks, I'll leave that alone, bat some more. Pomal, 94 on his back. And he's pitching this one a little bit too straight, allows Louis to work it on the onside, just backward of square. And he'll pick up run number 87, and the Leewards are 189 for the loss of 4.
In Australia, of course, that would be an unlucky number 87, but of course you're not superstitious, and I hope Louis is not. But I know there would be quite a number of folks here in St. Kitts on edge. Urging Louis on. He's on 87. Just made 13 runs. But many players have fell short at 99.
Good single. Very good single. played it quietly in the onside and seized the opportunity one time, Jamal Hamilton. He was running to the danger end. And he said, no worries. So he took that run, and the Leewards are now on 190 for the loss of 4. And they have been batting well. At least this partnership has been going well. 60 overs have been completed. So we are well on track to get them in before 5 o'clock this afternoon.
What has been good about this partnership too is Hamilton's role in this partnership. He certainly has taken any pressure off of Louie, and Louie has been able to play his game and accumulate his runs, and when the bad balls come along, put them away. But Hamilton has been very active in this partnership, and he's been going at a good clip.
And Sinclair, who is bowling from the far end, has been going at almost 5 and over. Hamilton is liking this one and hitting it way out of the ground for 6 over wide long on. And it was into his pads, and he's a good player. He is in good touch. And he picked up 6 to put the Leewards on to 196 for the loss of 4. He moves to 44 as we look at it again. He's a short man. And he got under this one, and he's strong, powerfully built, and got 6. His first 6 of the innings so far.
Short man, as you rightly put it, but powerfully built, and he really gives it a good blow.
Fielder's gone back to long on. Sinclair bowls again to Hamilton. And he's probing at this one. The keeper wasn't interested at first, and then urged on by Sinclair, the bowler. And so he held his left arm aloft as Hamilton was beaten by this delivery.
Something
Not
delayed
out.
appeal, Carlisle, from the Fiesman there. As if it was an afterthought.
He's playing this one into the offside. And he's chasing back for the second run. Is Hamilton. That's beautiful running.
Well,
That's very well done.
Well, when you look at the body language of Hamilton there, there was never any doubt that he felt that 2 runs were on. But this is good cricket from Hamilton, and he has really pushed things along for the Leeward Islands. And
his 46 runs have only taken 49 balls. And so definitely taking the pressure off of Louie. Here is Sinclair once more, and he's driving firmly, and he's from around the wicket, so he's in line to stop that one without any runs resulting. Hamilton is on 46.
Guyana really needs a wicket at this point, so it's a question of who they will turn to.
Leeward's 198 for 4, and this one is pitched outside the leg stump once again, and they're going up, jumping, shouting as if it's Juve morning. And you look at this on the replay once more, and you wonder, why are they appealing? Pitched outside the leg stump, surely. And Carl Tuckett would know that that's not out. Not today, not tomorrow, not next week. Hamilton is on 46. And for this delivery, he's driving into the offside, knocked down by the fielder at extra cover. No chance of a run. End of the over. 198 for 4. Hamilton is on 46. And with him is Mikel Louie. And the Leewards at 198 for 4. Feeling a little bit more comfortable than when they were 121 for 4. Having lost 2 wickets for the accumulation of only 1 run. The wickets of Andrew and Ward.
Yes, Lee was recovering well. And the innings being propelled here now by Hamilton, who is really going at a good clip. He's 46 from 52. Louie remains solid, and he has put away the bad deliveries. This has been a very good knock. And Pomal will continue.
We're coming up to the tea break. Pomal to bowl to Louie. And Louie plays very well in that he doesn't have to play and allows it to go through to the keeper. Again, pitch wide of the off stump. Teasing Louie. And he says, no, I'll have none of that. And he allows it to go through for the keeper again. No runs in the over so far. We're in over number 62. Given some flight. And it's played firmly to the fielder, who is at a very short mid-off. And he takes it nicely. No runs. Promal is getting a bit of turn, but he's starting it on just about the fourth stump line and turning further away. And Louie has refused to play at those deliveries so far. He has shown good discipline. One ball left in the over, as it's Versami Promal. Brings Louie forward, defends it nicely. End of the over. It's 198 for 4. 62 overs have been completed. Mikel Louie is on 87. Jama Hamilton is on 46. And we are just about 1 over away from the tea break. And so remember, the Leewards went to lunch at 90 for 2. And so this session, they have lost the 2 wickets. But in terms of runs, they have added 108.
Yes, so far this has been a very good session for the Leeward Islands. When we started this session, the Guyana team was able to pick up some quick wickets, 2 in fact. And at that point it felt as though they were really back into the game, but this has been a good partnership between the experienced Hamilton and the young Louie, who is only in his second match.
Looks like Adams being switched around to the far end.
And we see Chandra Paul being switched around to, he was taken from extra cover and put that short mid wicket.
Hamilton driving in the air over the head of the bowler, and he'll get a single to take him on to 47. And the score to 199 for 4, the Leewards. So indeed a far better showing this time around than in the first game in the first inning. And they'd be looking to get a big score in the first inning.
Well, what they would not want at this point is, with this start, is to lose wickets quickly. They would like to carry on. They would like the other batters to come to carry on. In fact, they would like this partnership to go on for a bit.
Louie is on 87. And we're in what we think is going to be the last over before tea, as he played this one onto his instep. And Hamilton has called him down for a quick word, for some reassurance, and to say to him, you have batted well, continue batting well. Forget about tea coming up, look to bat for the rest of the day.
I'll be trying to ensure that this is the last over also too.
Well, it has already gone past the time for tea. And so no doubt that this is going to be the last over before tea. Is he coming forward solidly? And he has defended really well today, Earl.
Yes, his defense has been solid. And he has been very selective.
Here is Adams bringing him forward again. And see umpire Carl Tuckett holds up 2 fingers to umpire Ramdani, signaling that there are 2 balls left in the over. And then they can sit down and have a bit of tea. Driving firmly is Louie. He's knocked down, goes through the legs of Thorn. He might have been trying a little trick, trying to say, come and take a run. Let me see if I can get a run out. Hamilton has taken off his gloves, has taken off his helmet. He's not going to face again because only 1 ball left in the session. Adams is making the batsman wait. Louie is on 87. And for this delivery, he's forward to a flighted delivery, plays it back down the track on the offside. Leewards are 199 for the loss of 4. 63 overs have been completed. Mikel Louie is on 87. Jamal Hamilton is on 47. And the wickets to go for the Leewards, Kofi James, who made 12. Karty, who made 13. At lunch, Leewards were 90 for 2. Ward was on 13. Louie on 44. And then after lunch, losing the wickets of Ward for 23 on 120 for 3. 1 run later, Andrew was out caught for no score, 121 for 4. And so that's the score at lunch. Leeward Islands Hurricanes winning the toss and batting first, 199 for 4. We'll be back in about 15 minutes' time.
Well, good afternoon from Warner Park. Post the session coming up, the final session of the day. We have had some good knocks here by some of the Leeward Islands batsmen, in particular Jamal Hamilton, who is 47 not out, and Mikel Louie, who is on 87 not out. The tea time score 199 for 4. And Leeward Islands looking to push on from here. Kamal is continuing and he's driven in to the offside immediately by Hamilton. He's quickly back for the second run. And those 2 runs takes his tally to 49. And we have had some 63 overs completed before the interval. And the Poma will continue from the media center end. Driven by Hamilton and up to Shanja Paul, who is at a deepish mid-on. No run, 201 for 4, the Leewards. Hamilton defends this time and it goes up to short extra cover. Where it's fielded and there is no run. So Pomal yet to pick up a wicket in this inning so far. This time Hamilton is getting this one just backward of point on the offside and gets a single. So first over after tea. And Guyana opting to start with Pomal from the media center end. He's into his 18th over and has conceded some 33 runs. But that 4th column yet to be filled. Louie, who has been very sound in defense in this knock so far, defends once more. And certainly his defense has stood him in good stead as he's pushing up to mid-on and finds Cadogan in the way. The over comes to an end. The first over after T completed 202 for 4 and we've had some 64 was completed.
And we'll update you on scores from around the region. It's a regional competition after all. And the first such score will tell you that the West Indies Cricket Academy, they were all out for 163. And believe it or not, they only batted for 39 overs. Teddy Bishop scored 65. And he was supported by Joshua Bishop, not out, on 32. And Lane, who made 27. And the wickets 3 for 63 to Anderson, 3 for 26 to Seals, 2 for 16 to Peer, and a wicket going to Terence Hines and 1 to Brian Charles.
Hamilton picking up a single, driving up to wideish long off. So he inches closer to his 50.
It's in fact 50.
In fact, it's 50. The
score is not working with us.
In bringing up that score. So he's actually on 50. The scoreboard to a far left certainly has the correct score. So this has been a very good knock by Hamilton. Louie, who is looking for 13 runs to bring up his maiden first class 100, is pushing into the onside. So Adams bowling another good delivery and drawing a defensive bat from Louie. Louie some 13 runs away. And he's pushing this one up to long off for an easy single, and he goes to 88, so 12 runs away. And all eyes would be on Louie at this point.
I told you about the Academy, 163 all out. Trinidad and Tobago in reply, 37 without loss.
Hamilton is playing in there. The fielder back pedals, gets a hand to it, and it goes to the ground. So a life there to Hamilton. Looking to go over the top. And fielder back pedaling, and they getting his hands to it, but in the end not being able to hold on to that catch. So the over comes to an end. Adams over comes to an end. And the Leewards 205 for 4.
And in the game, Barbados Pride against Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Pride, they have made a good recovery at the bottom there. Wickham is not out on 74. And Shane Dorwich made 37. They score 175 for the loss of 7 wickets. So that represents a good recovery. Brian John has picked up 2 for 35 and 2 for 20 to Cyrus and a wicket each to Springer and Martin.
Kamal continues. And this one is pushed into the offside. Hamilton is getting a good single here, steering it into the offside and setting off immediately. Adams could not prevent that run. So one more to Hamilton. Goes to 53. And it's now 207 for 4.
In the Scorpions against the Combined Colleges are 118 for the loss of 4 wickets. Top score so far of 30 to Jonathan Carter, who is not out, and 36 to Shamar Brooks. Again of concern, low score in the Barbados game for the captain of the test team.
Yes, certainly. But interestingly, Jonathan Carter still going. Oh, that's a very good delivery. Beating the outside edge of Louie. Stretching forward, and genuinely beaten that time by that delivery. This time he digs one out right up in the block hole. The appeal goes up, but obviously he would have seemed to have gotten back onto that one. But a good delivery by Pamal.
Very good delivery to finish the over. And Louie is set. In the over before, though, Smithen, we saw Jamar Hamilton just swinging lustily at the delivery, and he was fortunate enough to be dropped. Let's look at that last delivery once again. Yes, he came down very hard on it and played it into the ground, and yet still the fielders were asking.
So Adams will continue, and this one is driven back to the bowler. Hamilton is banging this one into the offside, but well fielded there by Anderson. In fact, Anderson is at first slip. Push back up the track to the bowler, who fields to his own bowling. No run there. So Score kept on, in fact, 206 for 4. Adams again, just running a defensive prod there by Hamilton. So the Guyana team looking to tighten up. Here is a flashing shot there by Hamilton, but straight to Chandra Paul, who's at cover. No run, the ball traveling quickly up to Chandra Paul, not allowing the batsman enough time for a run. This time he defends and gets it into the onside. The ball just trickles back up on the onside as the over comes to an end. So still probing, still searching the Ghana Harpy Eagle bowlers. And Carlisle, if you were to put on your captain's hat at the moment, what would be your strategy to try and pry out a wicket at this point?
Guyana, well, at some point they're going to be bringing back one of the fast bowlers. The captain for now seems to have the golden arm, and they probably will just bowl them in 3 over bits.
This one is dabbed down to third man by Louie. He's getting runs. They should get at least 2, and they've settled for 2. So Louie goes into the 90s now, and he's inching closer to what would be a very well played and well deserved 100 if he gets there. He's batted well, but I would not want to say too much on how well he has batted at this point, because defending this time, of course, there's always the commentator's curse. Just as you start singing the praises of a batsman, he gets out. Pamal looking for his first wicket, goes in. And he's swinging at this one and missing completely. An ill-advised shot at this point, but probably thought it was there. It was in the slot to be hoiked over mid-wicket for 6.
Was a little too straight, too close to him.
Well, defending this time seemed to be winding up for a big shot initially, but that could be an optical illusion on my part. In the end, he defended well. Fends once more, it trickles into the offside, square of the wicket. Keeper Savory comes from behind. It's interesting, some of the names we do have around the world. Savory. Savory, of course, is a herb. You have winter savory and summer savory. This one is driven. The bowler is across. It goes down to Chandra Paul, who fields his own bowling. The over comes to an end. So 208 for 4.
And a good recovery by these two, because remember that the Leewards were 120 for 3, 121 for 4. And Jamal Hamilton has come to the crease, and alongside Mikel Louie, who has been there from the beginning, they have put on a good partnership here for the Leewards.
Leewards, of course, would be looking to be somewhere in the region of 270 plus, 280 runs, probably towards the end of the day's way. Pushed up to long off for a single by Hamilton. Lots of time left in the match. And this is a good batting track. And I'm pretty certain we have not seen the Guyana batting in this year's competition so far. Unfortunately, due to the match being rained out, they were not able to respond to Trinidad's first innings. In fact, Trinidad was unable to complete their first innings. Push back up on the offside. No run, but of course there's young Chandra Paul in the Guyanese lineup. He's a batsman who's been known to get big scores. So the Leewards would be looking to get something substantial here if they are to be in command of this game. Guyana, on the other hand, would be looking to restrict them to low a total as possible. Louie pushes back up the track. It's a good delivery. On about center and off. And Carlisle, we have not seen much grip from this track so far. It's first the track. It's been a good one. Louie hoiking this one over long on. And the signal comes now. 4 runs. And a good shot. So he has not gone into his shell by any means. He has seen a bad ball and he has struck it away for 4. We look at it again. He's swinging into the onside and picking up 4.
The fielder was up at mid-on, so he had license to go over his head and picked up an easy boundary.
So he settles once more. He's on 94, 6 runs away. And he is swinging in the air. It goes over the boundary. 6 runs to young Louie. And 6 runs bringing up his maiden first-class century. And Hamilton is overjoyed for the young man.
Only took him 2 deliveries to get to that 100. A 4, which was very calmly, serenely hit over the fielder at mid-on. And then going over mid-wicket. The fielder had been moved from backward square to forward of square. But that didn't pose any problems for Louie. He struck it nicely and got it down over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. And so congratulations to him on his maiden first-class 100. And this follows a half century in the second inning of the game last week.
Tremendous knock indeed by the young man. And he seems to have a very big fan club to our left. Throughout the afternoon, I've been hearing applause for everyone he has scored. And there was a sort of crescendo when he struck that one for 6.
Well, I could tell you, I know some people in Highlights International, who will be celebrating as hard as people in St. Kitts.
Well, of course, as you said, he plays a lot of cricket there in Nevis. But a very good knock by the young man. He is defending, the appeal goes up. Half-hearted, though. And the over comes to an end. I'm sure his mom, other family members would be to our left. We, of course, they're out of sight, so we cannot really tell who is down there lending support. But this has been a tremendous knock by the young man. 100 coming up in some 204 deliveries. And really anchoring the innings for his team.
What is important here is that he goes on. Can't just get to 100 and get out, because the Leewards at 219 for 4 are still in a little precarious position. You'd want to make this 400 rather than 280 all out?
Well, I'll not go as far as to say precarious, but not a strong position by any means. I think there's a bit of balance at the moment. 2 wickets here could make a big difference. Hamilton is driving, well fielded there. A short extra cover by looks like Sinclair, Kevin Sinclair.
The Leewards tend to lose wickets in clutches. So that is why I use the word precarious. They still have to bat.
Certainly, they do have to bat. And here is Hamilton swinging at one. Missed completely, taken on the body. On paper, there's still a bit of batting to come for the Leeward Islands. Jeremiah Louie is in good touch. Here's Hamilton flashing to backward point. And it's knocked down there by James, no run. By Adam, sorry. Cornwall, the captain, has had some good runs at regional level. The question is what sort of form he's in. And Archibald has had some good knocks too. So there's a bit of batting, at least on paper. And here is Hamilton getting an easy single up to cover. And with that single, the score goes on to 220 for 4. So, Louie 100 to 20 for 4.
Certainly good to see Mikel Louie converting. He has been around the Leeward setup for some time. And this season he has had his opportunity to start. And let's hope that he maximizes his opportunities.
Of course, the Carlisle, Hayden Walsh Jr. is in the squad and he's been making some runs recently. As Adams continue, driven up to extra cover for Sinclair to field no run. So there's a bit of batting left in the Leeward Islands. In the Leeward Islands camp. But we have seen the captain, Anderson, persisting with his slow bowlers, his left arm spinners. And one gets the impression it's a bit of a sameness. This one is paddled around the corner for 4.
And that brings up the 100-run partnership between these two as well.
Yes,
Last wicket fell with a score on 121 for 4 when Andrew went for no score.
Very good partnership indeed between these two. So, really applying the pressure at this point.
Yes, played that sweep shot really well, Jamal Hamilton, as we looked at the replay. And swept it fine, picked up 4.
Draws away and bangs it into the offside for a single. And while we were speaking, Carlisle, we saw mid-on retreating to a long on for Hamilton, right back on the boundary. So, Guyana now looking to save boundaries at this point. There's a long on and long off. And forward square back on the boundary. Appeal there from the Guyanese players. Taking Louie on the pad.
Missing the off stump.
Forward and as Carlisle said, struck outside the line as shown on the review. This one is pushed up to long off for a single, for an easy single. And it's now 226 for 4. The Leewards.
So a good partnership between Jamal Hamilton, who is on 60, and Mikel Louie, who is on 101. And Louie, you have to call him a youngster in the side because he's just in his second game. But Jamal Hamilton is well seasoned, has now played in 101 of these first-class games. And look at it this way. His role, which a lot of people will not see, is the fact that he's took the pressure off of not Jeremiah, but Mikel Louie, and allowed him to continue to accumulate his runs while the scoring rate did not drop at all. And as a matter of fact, it increased.
It increased, and we would have discussed that earlier on where Hamilton certainly took the pressure off of Mikel Louie and allow him to continue to play his game. And in fact, Louie, he created a situation where Louie did not have to worry about wickets going down at the other end, but rather having someone there to lend good support. And not only that, score runs at a good clip at the same time. Pushed into the onside by Louie for another run. And it's 227 for 4. But it seems as though Anderson is bent on keeping his spinners into the in the attack. Track has played well so far, as this one is sort of half stayed into the offside by Hamilton. Rather interesting shot played there by Hamilton. Turn past Perez, who's at forward short like that. Quickly back for the second one. The return goes in. The keeper, Savory, looks to flick it onto the stumps. Missed them completely. And 2 runs to Hamilton.
Excellent running. He was going to the danger end. He called for it. He wanted it. And he had a partner in Louie, who, even though he has been out there for the entire game, he is still looking to run those extra runs.
And this is why it's so critical for players to be at a certain level of fitness if they're going to play the 40 game or any cricket for that matter. Louie, in fact, it's Hamilton who stays it into the offside. No run.
It's turning, but it's turning slowly.
Oh, this one beats the outside edge and goes through to the keeper, who breaks the stumps.
I think he might have been playing for turn, but he seemed to have gone straight on with the arm.
Defends into the offside. They always say, though, you must play the line. And once you're playing the line of the ball, more times than not, it would miss the edge. Even though there might be some natural movement, or even if there might be some turn from swing or lateral movement from the bowler, as opposed to following the ball. Some players have a tendency of following the ball, and this could get them into trouble quite easily. But it's going to be Adams still from the far end. And obviously the captain does not think that the answer at this point is Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, who seems to be, as you described him, the bowler with the golden arm, the partnership breaker. He has picked up the first wicket. He did pick up the first wicket, and he came back later and broke a partnership. Is Louie defending, and it goes back up on the offside of the track to the bowler. So weather has been very kind to us today. Louie backs away and punches through the offside, finds the gap. It's going down towards the backward point boundary, and it's 4. Good shot.
Louie has played well, really well. He has been patient, and he has seized up on the opportunities to score from the bad deliveries. He can be very proud of his 106 runs that he accumulated so far. Now, the secret to a big score by the Leewards is for him to get a big score, and for Jamal Hamilton to convert what is now 62 into 100 as well.
So Hamilton continuing his run of good form, 17 his last innings. And I'm not so sure if that's a secret, but obviously these two would need to steady for a very long time and get very big scores. I'm sure the Guyanese camp is aware of that, and they would be hoping that they could break this partnership as quickly as possible. So far, they've had some 113 runs between them, this partnership, and it's growing. Louie is playing this one in the air.
Good shot.
Over extra cover. Wonderful shot indeed. 6 of them.
Good shot. Good clean hit. He was to the pitch of the ball, and it's a long boundary down there. And he cleared the fielder easily and went, half a dozen rows back into the stand for 6. That's his 4th 6 of the inning?
4th 6. And that's not one of the easiest shots to play. It's he played it into out. He opened up himself and played it over wideish, long off. And it cleared the fielder, as you rightly said, by some distance. So that's really a good shot indeed. This time he's defending. And this has been an exceptional knock by the youngsters so far. 239 for 4. And the Guyana team would very much like to see the back of young Louie at this point, because he appears to be getting better and better in this inning so far, Carlisle.
Definitely. And as I indicated, we know Warner Park. It gets better to bat on as play goes on, especially in conditions such as we have today, where the sun is out in all its glory. And so whatever moisture was there in terms of preparation would have dried up by now. But I see you're getting your wish. This looks like, Permal is continuing. But the Leewards are 239 for 4 in 73 overs completed so far, 17 left in the day's play. I want to wager that we'll get closer to 20 in the day's play.
I'm missing that a bit, Carlisle. Closer to
20 overs for the rest of the day's play.
Oh yes, sir.
For the rest of the day's
certainly.
play.
So we are very much.
We're ahead.
Hamilton is defending. He goes back up the track to the bowler, Pomalo Fields. And now we see Pomal asking for Perez to go into that position there at forward short leg for Hamilton. Probably playing mind games, probably. Hamilton draws away, forces up to cover. But he can't beat the fieldsman. The ball going straight to the fieldsman at cover. He's defending. That peels from the outer portion of the bat and goes in there for some time low. And fielded that slip by Anderson. Anderson spent the whole day at first slip. And seems to be a specialist in that position. Now Hamilton is calling for some new gloves. And Pomal bowls to him, he's back. And across and defending. Pomala is not really troubling the batsman. He's bowling a good steady line and length. So too is Adams. But these two, they've had some lengthy spells.
Mm-hmm. He has bowled some very good deliveries, which have, forced the batsmen to concentrate hard and defend it tightly. But for the most part, he's not conceding a lot of runs. But he has also not been threatening, as you said.
Yes, and if you're a good batsman, you must expect to receive some good deliveries. And once you're willing to stick it out, then of course it would be very difficult for bowlers to get your wicket. We see in a bowling change from the fine, it's Sinclair who's coming into the attack. So the guy in his team opting to stick with their spinners, going from left arm leg spin to right arm off spin. So the question is, how effective, how much assistance moving forward this track is going to offer to the bowlers. So far, the turn has been sluggish. It's been rather slow. And it's been easy pace, easy to bat on. And these two batsmen out there cashing in at this point.
Sinclair has been relatively expensive, 1 for 47, but he has only sent down 9 overs.
Very expensive indeed. Mr. Cornwall last week bowling 14 overs for some 84 runs. Turned down to short backward square and a run, Adams Fields. And he picked up wicket in fact bowled non-stop. And here's Louie looking to drive the ball, probably coming from the bottom portion of the bat, a bit unsighted there. Pushes up to mid-off. Chandra Paul moves from his position at extra cover to his right to field, no run. This one is a bit straight, going down the onside, and Louis looking to turn it into the onside. Missed it completely. Rather interesting feel on the onside, Carlisle. Very short mid-wicket, but here's a single. As the over comes to an end.
240 for 4. Hamilton is on 62. Mikel Louie, who opened the batting since play started this morning at 10, is on 113. An important knock for him, because this is what you want to see from your batsmen. When you're given an opportunity, you must take the opportunity, and he has grabbed it.
Well, it's one way of cementing your position in the team. And from here on in, with a half century followed by a century, it would be virtually impossible to drop young Louie at this point.
It's another way of saying, listen, see me here, I need a contract.
Certainly. Oh, this one could be out. He's out, yes. He was onto the back foot, the ball spun into him. That one probably with the arm, and he was right back on his stumps and struck in front. And the finger of umpire Ramdani was up.
First time we've seen the arm ball from Purmall, and for the entire inning so far. And it caught Louie. It was flatter, faster, coming back in with the arm, and it caught him plumb in front. Yeah. And you could call that from here. You could say LBW even before the umpire put his finger up. But he didn't hesitate. But a wonderful knock by Mikel Louie. You can't take it away from him. He has batted extremely well. And he seems, even now, after 113, to be disappointed.
Yes, he seems to be very disappointed. And Cornwall, the captain, goes down at number 7. And we saw him in the last innings he played coming in at number 10. But he's at number 7 today, limbering up. Big fella. Packs a mighty punch if he gets going. But he would be looking to build another partnership here for his team. But Guyana getting the first breakthrough. And Pomal picking up his first wicket. He has bowled 23.1 overs. And he now has 1 for 40. So A lengthy spell by Pomal, in the end proving successful, getting just reward for persistence. But one wonders if he could not have used that arm ball a bit more today. First time introducing it and surprising the batsman, Louie, who was caught on the back foot. So Cornwall gets his first delivery, stays it down to backward point, can't score. Finds Nandu in the way. Cornwall defends, and it goes back up the track to Pomal, who fields to his own ball in a run. So Guyana getting the breakthrough that they really needed at this stage. It's gone 240. Driven. But to the left of mid-off, who is moving around, Cadogan. Fields, no run. Back and forcing into the offside and out towards the cover boundary. 4 runs to Cornwall. Good shot.
He's a big man. When he hits it, it stays hit. And he adjusted his weight nicely onto the back foot and pierced the offside field and picked up 4 good-looking runs.
Yes, the adjustment was good. The balance was good. And he was in a position to pierce the offside field and picked up 4 runs to get off the mark. Cornwall pushes into the offside up to cover. Can't score. And you could sense that the Guyanese with that wicket, they have really stepped up a bit. There's a pep in their step, as we will say here. And that's what a wicket could do to a team.
76 overs completed. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 244 for the loss of 5. And Cornwall is on 4. But the batsman on strike is Jamal Hamilton, who is on 62.
So we're right on target. We have not had the first hour after TZ played quietly into the onside by Hamilton. No run.
Captain and a former captain at the crease.
Yes. One very tall and one very tall and bulky, the other one short and stocky. Hamilton quietly defends, back up to the bowler. Hamilton seemed to have gone very quiet in recent times. He's on 62. Easy driving back to the bowler. Sinclair fields his own bowling. So, for Hamilton, there's a slipper backward point, extra cover, mid-off. That's the offside field. He's turning this one down to square leg for a single. And gets off strike. That single takes him to 63. At one point, Hamilton was going at almost a run a ball. Now he has 63 from 94 deliveries. So he certainly has slowed down a bit. And here's Cornwall turning this one down to backward square for 4. It was a badly lined delivery. 2 straight, and he was into his wicket. And turning it down to backward square and bringing up a boundary.
He's not going to run many 2s and 3s. So he certainly maximizes the boundary balls when he gets them. He puts them away quite easily. And Sinclair continues to be expensive. 1 for 53 from his 11 overs.
And we are speaking of a player who just came back from test duties with the West Indies team. And perhaps, speaking of Sinclair, perhaps getting into the West Indies team because of his batting abilities. I'll get back to that in a while. Of course, he played his first test in the last test match the West Indies played against Australia. Oh, that's a very good delivery. That looks like another arm ball, Carlisle.
Definitely. Came from the inner portion of the bat and down to the short fine leg area.
So all of a sudden, Pamal pulling out these arm deliveries. In fact, he got his first wicket with one. And perhaps thinking now that this is a variation that could be utilized at this point to pick up wickets.
250 came up quietly there for the Leewards, Earl. 250 for the loss of 5 in the 78th over.
Yeah. In fact, 77.1. He's getting runs here. In fact, he's lumbering through for a single. That looked very much like 2 runs to me. He was looking to swing it into the onside. And he bottom edged it down to fine leg. And should have gotten 2 runs, but it's Cornwall out there. Was it Louie and Hamilton? That certainly would have been 2 runs. And they would have been thinking in terms of a third. Defended by Hamilton. Hamilton is sweeping and sweeping well. The ball races away to the backward square boundary for 4. The fieldsman on the square leg boundary had no chance. He had to move quite some distance to his right, but was never in hope of catching up with that one, and the ball ran away for 4.
Badly lined. It was pitched outside the leg stump and going further away. And the fielder on that occasion was well forward of square, and so an easy boundary. Hamilton is now 68.
255 for 5. He's defending this time, and it goes up to short extra cover for Sinclair to field as the over comes to an end. Sinclair holds on to the ball, and no doubt will continue from the far end.
So the most successful of the bowlers has been Ali Mohammed, who was picked up 2 for 45, and then the other wickets being shared.
So Sinclair will continue from the far end. As we come towards the end of the day's play. Quite some time left to go, still well over an hour. Cornwall is back and pushes into the offside. Bat looking very much like a matchstick in his hand. Defends once more, back to Sinclair. Fields to his own bowling, and there's no run.
Good
Cornwall
shot.
is driving and driving well. 4. through the offside, through extra cover. Wonderful shot indeed. And
just to give him some width. And that's all that Cornwall needed. He eased that one over the fielder at short extra cover. And so he's dealing in boundaries.
he has moved on to 13 with that shot. And the score's moved on to 259 for 5. This time he's defending and plays it back up the track to the bowler. So, as you rightly said, Carlisle, the bowler Sinclair has been very expensive. 1 for 57 in his 12th over, and there's a mix-up there between Hamilton and the bowler, as the bowler looks to retrieve that one.
Well, I've been around cricket for most of my life. And I tell you, this batsman, Cornwall, is a big, big man. He's tall. I would make him easily, 6'4", in that area? And carries a bit of weight. But I don't know that I've ever seen a better big cricketer than Cornwall. He's a better batsman than most of us think. And he has continuously been getting wickets.
Yes. I know there have been a number of big cricketers. We have had Colin Milburn, for example, from England. That's years ago, years back.
Imsey.
He was a big fellow. To a lesser extent. Certainly Cornwall towers over everyone. It's Hamilton being beaten outside the off stump. Rather sheepishly pulling the bat inside the line of that one, but that was an imaginary ball that he was pulling the bat inside the line of. Ball had already gone past the bat. Guyana over the years, they have relied heavily on the spinners, and this has been exhibited here today. Rather reluctance to go back to the seamers.
Somebody like Beaton would have been back for a second and a third spell, but he's not with the team anymore. He has been called for suspect bowling action.
We know when Beaton started, he had quite a bit of pace in his early years. Pushed back up the track to Pomal by Hamilton, no run. I think there's another bowler which is injured. I think it's Smith, defended there. I think he would have played in the first match for Guyana, but I think he got injured, and he was one of their key fast bowlers. Hamilton is defending, goes into the offside in the run. So the over comes to an end, and at the end of that, the score, Leewards 259 for 5.
Drinks break. who lifts him over the head of mid-off, down to the boundary for another 4. And so the score will move on to 263 for the loss of 5.
Well, we have had some 80 overs bowled. We are in over number 81. Cut-off time is 5 p.m.
He's getting a single, is Cornwall, to take him on to 18. And the Leewards to 264. So that's interesting, Earl Smithson, because usually teams struggle to bowl their overs. We'll get in the 90 overs very, very early today.
And of course, Guyana, most of these overs have been bowled by the spinners, Sinclair, Kevin Sinclair, Kamal, and Adams, so they certainly have gotten in these overs very quickly, and we expect to have more than 90 overs bowled today.
Turned into the onside, no runs, and the field has now been very widely spread.
Yes, and I was speculating earlier on that perhaps the Leewards should get to 280 plus, but at this rate they could very well go past 300 this evening.
Hamilton is turning it into the onside, and he seems to have said to himself, listen, I'm going to dig in, I'm going to get a good score. And if these two are batting into tomorrow, then the Leewards should get a good score.
Yes, certainly.
Sinclair to Hamilton, he's playing it into the offside, no runs.
Of course, Guyana would be mindful of the fact that if these two stay there for some time, they could be facing well in excess of 300 runs. So the Guyana team would be looking to get rid of one or both of these players as quickly as possible. Hamilton is set, and Cornwall so far he has rushed to 18, the number of boundaries.
This one is peeling off the outer portion of the bat and will run down to the boundary for 4 at third man. So Hamilton was going back. It had some width. He was driving. It took the edge, the outer portion of the bat, and went down to bring up 4 runs. And that will take him on now to 72. So the Leewards are 268 for the loss of 5.
It would have been interesting to see that again. It seemed to be more or less opening the face of the bat a bit and getting it down to third man for 4. So 4 runs to Hamilton, and it's now 268 for 5. And we've had some 81 overs completed, so Lee was very much on target to get over 300 runs this evening.
All of the batsmen, save for Andrew, got starts. Mikel Louie converted by getting 113, and Hamilton is there on 72. Permal will continue to bowl from the media center end, and we haven't seen him bowl a delivery between the umpire and the stumps.
No, he certainly has a preference to bowling around the wicket, going straight through.
And this one is hit down to mid-wicket. It will challenge the boundary and cross it now. Cornwall just getting inside the line and stroking it firmly down to the vacant mid-wicket boundary for 4. He moves on to 22, and the Leewards are 272 for 5.
22 from 17 deliveries. He's really going great guns without much of an effort. He just really stroking that one down to the boundary for 4. So if he remains there, Leewards could really race to the 300 plus score this evening. Lots of time left in the afternoon's play.
Partnership has now gone to 32, of which Rakeem Cornwall has scored 20. And the Guyana team, they have decided, listen, we're going to defend even more, in that the fielder who was under the helmet, has now come away from that position. And Cornwall is going to look up and see that the fielder is at mid-off, short, and there is a long off. And then there is a straightish extra cover. So Cornwall is back, driving, finds the fielder at point. And there is no run. 272 for 5, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who won the toss. Cornwall didn't hesitate. He said, we'll have a bat.
Well, you seem to be reading my mind. This has certainly been a good track to bat on. And the Leewards so far, they have capitalized.
I've had messages from friends in St. Martin, in the U.S. Virgin Islands, in Antigua, in Montserrat, Nevis, who are all following the game. Some friends in Florida. He's going back his Cornwall, punches it into the offside.
Seems as though you do not have any friends in New York.
Have family in New York. Not too sure if they are following. Haven't seen any messages from them.
Well, I've seen some postings on Facebook and from people who are living in New York, and they have been making comments on the games so far.
Delivery, which is hitting the batsman on the pads. And there are some fielders who are getting excited. Promall not so, because it was clearly going to miss the leg stump. And so the score remains 272 for 5. Again, that's more than sliding down the leg side. That would have missed another 3. Cornwall is back, punching into the offside. Challenging run for the fielder, coming around from point. The one at cover comes around to his left and cleans up. And they'll get a single. 273 for the loss of 5 wickets. The Leewards. Mikel Louie made 113. Jamal Hamilton is on 72. And at the crease right now, we have the captain in Cornwall, who is on 23. Hamilton is there on 72. Promall has picked up 1 wicket for his 55 runs, and he has bowled almost a third of the overs. 27 has been his contribution to the bowling effort.
Cornwall has been scoring quickly so far. He's going at a runner ball at the moment. And this is a key wicket for the Guyanese Harp Eagles team. They would very much like to remove Cornwall at this stage, because if he stays around for any lengthy period, they could be facing a very huge total. The Leewards could be well past 300 runs today. But he has looked good so far in this inning, and he has been able to breach the boundary. But it seems as though we are going to have that bowling change that I've been calling for some time. And the fast bowler is being brought back into the attack, and it seems as though it's going to be our good friend Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. It seems as though his father might have been a football fan.
He is the most successful of the bowlers so far for Guyana, and he has picked up some 2 wickets and will be coming in to bowl to Cornwall. We're in the 83rd over of the inning. He misses his run, and we're calling this game from Warner Park in St. Kitts. And those of you who have commended the quality of the pictures, we say thanks to Cricket 360. delivery which was short, wide of the off stump. And Cornwall is looking to drive it into the offside, but his bat was leading for quite a bit there, and so he played it far too early. If he had allowed it to come on some more onto the bat, he may have had it through the offside. Instead, it was tugged to mid-wicket on the onside.
Yes, definitely playing a bit too early that time, but his intentions are clear. He's looking to score runs and get them as quickly as possible this afternoon.
And here is he getting another short delivery and spanking it into the onside is Cornwall and bringing up 4 down to mid-wicket.
Now the bowler is going to bowl short to Cornwall. There's no one at mid-wicket. And if you look at the way Cornwall bat, in particular looking at CPL, you'll know that's a very strong area for Cornwall. In fact, the Patriots were guilty of feeding him deliveries to be struck in that area, and he capitalized and got a century against the Patriots after they had posted a total in excess of 200 runs in a T20 match. So there's still no one at mid-wicket for Cornwall, and the bowler, let's see if he'll continue to bowl short. This is wide, very wide indeed.
And called wide. Ali Mohammed is in his 15th over. He's approaching the crease in a very gingerly fashion now. There, Smitten.
Yes, and he has not bowled for quite some time, so probably a bit stiff and probably taking some time to warm up.
They did bowl the first day against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, but then they had 3 days off because of rain. And then an extra 2 days off. I said 2, but it should be an extra 3 days off. This one is again wide and goes through to the keeper. We're down now to 1 slip and a gully. And then there is a fielder down at third man. He's about 20 meters off the boundary. Cover, square, extra cover, and a man at long off on the offside.
Seems as though Carlisle, its damage limitation at this point. There's a predominant offside field and he's bowling wide of the off stump. So it's an obvious line of attack here for the Harp Eagles. They are not going to give Cornwall anything to pull into the onside. Bowler started badly when he pitched one in short and Cornwall capitalized on that particular delivery, but there are just 2 fieldsmen on the onside, and he's hiding it wide of the off stump.
And the 1 slip is about standing in position maybe 2.5. So he's wide. There is a huge gap between him and the keeper, and then another huge gap between him and the fielder who is at gully.
So it's obvious the tactics of the Guyanese team. There's, in fact, a third man back on the boundary. So the idea now is to bowl wide of Cornwall outside the off stump, not giving him anything to hit. He would have to make room for himself.
End of over number 83. The Leewards are 278 for 5. And at the crease, we have Jama Hamilton, who is on 72. Raheem Cornwall on 27. And recently, Hamilton has not seen a lot of the bowling.
So it's 278 for 5, and we are really just another 7 overs, as a matter of fact, before the 90 overs are completed for the day. And then, of course, play will continue up to 5 o'clock if these 90 overs are completed before. But it's quite evident, Carlisle, that the Harpy Eagles, they are quite content just to hold Cornwall wide of the off stump with just 2 men on the onside. And apart from the first delivery, which was struck in the onside for a boundary. The other deliveries were delivered wide of the off stump, and Cornwall was not forced into playing a shot. But the Leeward Islands, they do have a good score at this point, and there's lots of time left in this game still.
Cromwell is in his 28th over. 1 for 55 before this. Round number 2, the West Indies first class tournament. And it's the Leeward Islands Hurricanes against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Here's a delivery driven firmly into the offside by Hamilton. No score. 278 for 5, the Leewards.
Good bit of fielding today by Sinclair, short extra cover. Diving to his right. Football must have spotted something there, Carlisle, calling his captain and having some words. It would be interesting to see if there are any change in the field placing for Hamilton.
I tell you what I think is happening. The Guyanese would be telling themselves, listen, we're in over number 84. These two are going good. We don't want to bowl any more than 90 overs today. And so we can afford to slow it down and just get in the remaining 6 overs after this. If they were behind, it would have been different, but they're well ahead.
So the idea is to get in just the 6 overs or just
I want to bet you that if they were to get a wicket, you'll see how quickly they spin around to try to get a second.
yeah, so exactly, and you know, the whole point is they would not want to get in much more than the 6 overs if necessary. If they have to go beyond, they would not want to go too far beyond that 6 overs.
One delivery left in the over. Hamilton is on 72, facing Cromwell. And he's defending away in the offside to bring up the end of the over. He remains on 72. Cornwall is on 27. It's 278 for 5. The Leewards. And the successful wicket takers are Adams, Sinclair, and Cromwell, with, of course, Ali Mohammed having picked up 2 wickets. So 5 wickets down for the Leewards, 278 for the loss of 5.
Yes, 278 for 5. And I'm pretty certain that the Leeward Islands will be thinking in terms of probably getting to at least 300 runs this evening, and then with wickets in hand tomorrow, probably bat past lunch, if possible, and pose a challenging target. And look to bowl the Guyanese team out well below the score. These days, Carlisle, we realize that captains are very reluctant to enforce follow-on. So, Leewards, if they could get a good lead, I don't think they'll be thinking in terms of that. But of course, Guyana would have other ideas. They would be looking to challenge whatever total is put on the board by the Leewards. It's a good batting track, and the Guyana team should have a good batting lineup. There's young Shanja Paul in the lineup. Anderson, we have followed a lot of him, highly rated. Sinclair has been getting runs at the international level, so we expect a good response from the Guyana team. And this is becoming boring now. The delivery outside the off stump from the bowler, Ali Mohammed.
I'm going around the region once again, Smithen. Combined colleges are now 150 for 6. Jonathan Carter is on 54, and he's the leading scorer in that game so far. In terms of wickets, 2 for 29 to Shields, 2 for 11 for Mansing so far.
That one was wide of the off stump. There's an appeal as Cornwall dabbed at it. But perhaps trying to play on the patience of Cornwall, just hanging it outside the off stump and playing on the patience of Cornwall, hoping that he would go after one and probably take an edge through to the keeper.
In the Barbados Pride game against the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 74 to Wickham, 37 to Shane Dorwich, as they were all out for 214. And the wickets, 2 for 41 to Cyrus, 2 for 61 to Springer, 4 for 47 to Ryan John. And in reply, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are 21 without loss. And you can see the plan by Guyana. They know that the Leewards team have racked up a good first. They scored 278 for 5. So they have brought back on Ali Mohammed, who is the most successful bowler so far. But they have asked him to defend by bowling wide. In the West Indies Academy game, they were bowled out for 163. And Trinidad and Tobago are 85 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Wide of the off stump once more. And this is playing out to be a battle of attrition, I would say. And it's a question of who gives first, whether or not Cornwall would be willing to go after those wide deliveries. So far, he has resisted well.
End of the over, 278 for 5, and the Guyanese team, they have put the brakes on the scoring, but how have they done it? By playing some really negative cricket, by just bowling very wide out of the reach of the batsman.
Yes, and you would have thought that they would have been seriously trying to pick up a wicket or two here at this juncture. Because going into tomorrow, the Guyanese team, I don't think they would want to see these two at the crease still going into tomorrow's play. But obviously, they're content on bowling wide of the off stump, the fast bowler Ali Mohammed. And perhaps attack more from one end with the spinners. Spinners, to their credit, has attacked the stumps and bowled on the stumps.
We see the physio out there and seems to be giving some attention to Jamal Hamilton. We know that when he attempted a sweep shot, he was hit on the forearm, and so he has asked for some help, and the physio went out and rendered some assistance.
So Pomal will continue from this end to 78 for 5. And Carlisle, they have been stuck in the 270s for quite some time, of course, mainly to that negative bowling by the Harpy Eagles.
Well, if I were the Leeward Islands team manager, I would not be worried at all, provided that these two don't get frustrated and gift their wickets. Because if they come back tomorrow and settle in and are there at lunchtime, then I'm sure that the score is going to be well ahead of 320 plus. Promal is forcing the batsman on the back foot, played away on the offside. Extra cover runs around to his left and fields. So the Leewards 278 for 5. Hamilton is sweeping down to the vacant fine leg position. It crosses a boundary for 4. So he just drifted in line, just erred slightly. And Hamilton has been fantastic on this sweep shot. Picked up 4 to take him on to 76. And the Leewards are now 282 for 5.
Hamilton's bread and butter shot. Pomal probably getting a bit tired, straining line. And Hamilton latched onto it quite quickly and put it away for 4. To 82, 18 runs away from 300.
Good delivery, drawing the batsman forward, and it's spun away as his probing bat went at it. But he remains there, Hamilton, and 76. Leeward's 282 for 5. There's a delivery where he's taking the inside edge, goes away on the onside. No chance that Cornwall will say, let's have one. And so at the end of the over, we can tell you that earlier this afternoon, Mikel Louie brought up his maiden 100. Hit a 4 and then a 6, and he'll remember that. He made 113. First century at this level.
Good delivery, that final delivery of the over from Pomal, almost reaching the offense of Jamal Hamilton. But ball taking an inside edge and going down. In fact, new ball is being signaled.
Correct.
So
was due after 80 overs. And so and it's bright sunshine. And the Guyanese team, they decided it's time for us to take the new ball and get 2 bites at this, because tomorrow morning it will still be very hard and new.
question is, would they decide to use another seamer from the media center end? Or would they go with a spinner?
Well, it's a good question, because you notice that Thorne is being given some attention on the field by the physio.
So we'll just have to wait and see. We know Guyana over the years they've relied very heavily on their spin bowlers. So I don't know if Thorne is suffering from a bit of cramps, or is it the hamstring that's in question. But he's on the carpet and attended to by the physio. So play held up a bit, but we're well on target to complete the overs before the end of the day, before the allotted time. Seems to be ready now.
Nude ball has been taken, and here is Cornwall hitting the bowler back over his head, high, hard, and handsome. And we await umpire Carl Tuckett, who is now raising his hands over his head for 6. So the first delivery with the new ball, and we'll take another look at that, because Cornwall didn't waste any time. He just came forward and hit that cleanly. And it went high, hard, and handsome and brought up 6 runs. So Cadogan will know, can't come up that far to Cornwall anymore. He goes on to 33, Raheem Cornwall, and the Leewards to 288 for 5. Net result of that, fielder at mid-off has gone all the way back to long off.
And interestingly, Cadogan being given the new ball, the new cherry, as opposed to Ali Mohammed, who was operating from the far end, and they opting to go for Cadogan with the second new ball.
And now there's a deep backward square and a long off for the new ball. And he's driving firmly, is Cornwall. Down the ground, long off comes off the boundary. They'll get a single. And so he moves to 34, and the Leewards to 289 for 5.
Inching closer to 300, the Leewards.
Short on the offside and punched away. There's a fielder sweeping on the boundary though. And so he'll only get a single. Hamilton to go to 77, and the Leewards to 290 for 5. We're in over number 87.
Trinidad very much on the defense. Now we see squarely going back on the boundary. There's a long off. There's a sweeper at cover point, and this is for the second new ball. 2 slips in place though, and the gully.
Cadogan, and the short delivery is swung away into the onside. There's a fielder down at long leg though, and so they'll have a single. That will take him to 35, Raheem Cornwall, and it's run number 291 for the Leewards for 5.
Cornwall really enjoying himself, and this new ball coming on to the bat quite nicely, and he's picking up runs. So Guyana under some pressure at this point.
Hamilton is out caught. He was flashing at this delivery, and it came off the bat straight to the fielder at gully. And so he has to go. He's not going to get his 100. And so the Leewards, they have lost wicket number 6. And the new ball has worked for Guyana. Yes, 291 for 6.
Certainly, and a good catch there by Kevin Sinclair. Went quickly to him, and he took it quite easily. And Kevin Sinclair, of course, we know is a very good fieldsman. So new ball bringing some success for the Guyanese team. And a breakthrough which they were certainly hoping for, they were looking for. And this could put the brakes on things for the Leeward Islands. But nevertheless, a very good knock there by Hamilton. And he has certainly put his team in a very good position.
But he's going to have to just reconsider, because he was 78 last week and got out.
70.
72 this week and got out.
So
both times he was set.
That's right. He seems to love the 70s. 291 for 6 to Carlisle, and 300 runs beckoning today.
And we're one ball short of the 87th over being completed. Day's play require 90 overs. And Guyana never in any trouble as to whether or not they would get those in, because the spinners bowled a great chunk of the overs. New batsman looks like Mikel Louie. And for this delivery, he's turning it into the onside, gets a single. So he's on the way. End of the over. Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 292 for the loss of 6 wickets. With Louie on 1, and Rakeem Cornwall, he's now on 35.
Louie perhaps at this point might be looking to give most of the strike to his captain Cornwall. Cornwall, he loves the fast bowling. He's enjoying the hard ball coming onto the bat, and he's looking to score runs. But our questions have been answered. Thorne is going to pick up the attack. In his first spell earlier on today, he operated from the far end. Now he's been brought on at the media center end. So we'll have a look at him from a different angle.
Louie has been in good touch with the bat, and well, he had a good game last week, in as much as the Leewards lost, because he got wickets and he got some runs.
45 in the first inning. This is a lovely shot, Carlisle.
Unfortunately, he'll only get 1. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have had 2.
Probably challenging for a third. But the circumstances are not ordinary at this point. And yes, he got 45 in the first innings and picked up some 8 wickets in the match. 5 in the first and 3 in the second. So he had a very good game. Perhaps though he might have been just looking to turn over the strike to Cornwall.
Well, there's a long leg out and a deep, it's forward of square actually. And this is wide of the off stump, left alone. So Cornwall is on 35. Son is a tall chap.
Indeed.
Just coming back from under 19, but he's a big under 19 player.
Yes, and like I said, he has been around for some time at that level.
Bouncer at Cornwall, called wide. It was well over the head of the batsman, not giving him a fair opportunity to play. And so umpire Ramdini called it wide and also signaled 1 for the over. Leewards move on to 294 for 6.
This, of course, would be Thorne. He would have played in his second under-19 tournament. He played in the one in St. Kitts a few years ago. Isaiah Thorne.
Played into the vacant mid-wicket position. Cornwall will get his 36th run and the Leewards move to 295 for 6.
Thorne seems to be having some issues with probably, it could be cramps. We saw the physio going on and administering some services to him. Now he's there stretching. And in fact, he seems to be struggling a bit. And he's calling for this physio. Perhaps it's just cramps. And he's a young man. Of course, he would have just come back from a one-day tournament in which he would not have had to bowl as much. He's in fact in his 9th over. So he would have bowled some 8 overs this morning on the trot.
And the physio being called on once more to give some attention to Thorne. And it looks as if he is actually going to go off. And this is not a good sign. Never something that you want to see. A young fast bowler having bowled 3 deliveries in the over. And going off the field. And he seems to be favoring his right leg. Let's hope that with some work overnight, he will be okay. If he were in Nevis, Earl, I'll tell you, take him down to the hot baths.
Yes, certainly. But I suspect, though, it's mainly cramps. I suspect it's just cramps, as opposed to that hammy giving way.
Well, Ali Mohammed will finish the over for him. And so he, of course, bowled late with the old ball. The Guyanese captain asked him to bowl to a plan, just hang it wide and dry up the scoring, and he did that. He's been called back now to replace Thorne, who went off the field after delivering 3 balls in this present over.
Last half an hour, though, Carl, things have really slowed a bit in terms of the overweight and progress, but been well ahead of the clock. No cause for alarm there.
It's not going to be out. A loud shout for LBW. The keeper was already heading down leg to take it in case it had missed, as Louie played around it and it cannoned into his pads. 295 for 6 in over number 88.
So Ali Mohammed attacking the stumps this time. When he bowled to Cornwall, he was wide of the off stump all the time.
Louis defends away in the offside. No runs, 1 delivery left in the over.
He's actually jogging back to his mark. But Carlisle, this has been a good day, though. I'm sure you would have enjoyed the weather.
Very much so, and I would have enjoyed it more if our air conditioning had stayed up. But it wilted under the pressure of the sun. And so we have been operating in less than ideal conditions. But it's the end of the over. 2 overs left in the day's play. It's 295 for 6, the Leewards, losing Kofi James caught at the wicket of Mohammed for 12. Karty went for 13. At lunch, the Leewards were 90 for 2. And then right after lunch, lost Ward for 23. Andrew making his debut for no score. That time it was 121 for 4. And then at tea, it was 199 for 4. Hamilton was 47. Louie was on 87. Louie eventually went after a very well played 113. And Hamilton, he was the last batsman out. And his score was 78. 78, I think it was, for him. So, just 2 overs left in the day's play. And Cardogan has some success. He picked up a wicket in the last over, that of Hamilton. And so he knows that this is his last over today, possibly, unless we can get in the other one quickly. And he's bowled into Cornwall, who punches into the offside, no runs.
I suspect, though, we'll get in more than 2 overs.
Which means that the captain might want to bring back a spinner for a little dart at the end.
I would want to think so also.
Worked into the onside, and they'll get a single. And again, that possibly would have been 2. But Cornwall is content to trot through for the single.
Conserving energy. Cornwall.
Leewards moved to 296 for the loss of 6. Cornwall is on 37. The thing is, the run rate does not suffer because of this. Because when Cornwall hits it, it stays hit.
Certainly, and he has had some 37 runs from 41 deliveries. At one point, he was going at more than a run a ball.
Cardogan to bowl to Jeremiah Louie, who is getting a delivery which is trying to swing into the onside. And I suspect that games in Guyana must be fun because these fielders appeal for almost everything. I wonder if they play, I hit the pads, you're out.
Well, we'll never know. We'll have to ask around a bit. But probably the exuberance of youth in some instances. You've seen the youngsters appealing and Pomal not appealing even when he was bowling.
Cadogan to bowl to Louis. This is wide of the off stump, and that must have been very close to being called wide.
Certainly. I'm trying to figure which of those lines is the legit wide. It almost looked like it went wide to me, but the umpire might have missed out on that one. But you are so correct. It was really wide of off stump. And certainly looked like it was a wide to me, but he might have gotten away with one there, Cadogan.
Bowling to Jeremiah Louie, and he's driving firmly, finds mid-off and knocks it down, and then retrieves, and no runs. Leewards 296 for 6. And I'm sure that if at the start of the day you had offered this to them, they would have said yes, thank you.
Oh yes, certainly. They would have been happy to take this score. Lee was, of course, strengthened by Karty and Hayden Walsh coming into the team, and of course, young Joel was selected to the also Joel Andrew.
Delivery played away into the onside to find mid-wicket to bring up the end of the over. So at the end of 89 overs for the day, we are 296 for 6. Jeremiah Louie is on 2. Raheem Cornwall is on 37. And so we have all of 7 minutes to bowl the final over in the day's play.
Well, it's a question of whether or not the Guyanese team would be looking to utilize these 7 minutes for just one over, or whether or not they'll be trying to sneak in a spinner there towards the end and try to pry out a wicket. And if I was the Guyanese captain, I would try to get through this over as quickly as possible and then try to apply some pressure with a spinner from the other end with what would possibly be the last over once this one is completed on time.
Cornwall is facing, and it's Ali Mohammed. pitch wide, slapped into the offside. There's a fielder sweeping down on the cover boundary, so they'll have a single. And Cornwall will move up to 38 and the Leewards to 297 for 6.
Well, that one almost could have brought the batsman 3 runs, but instead he lumbered through for a single. But as you said, he has the ability to keep the scoreboard moving and keep the run rate up.
Ali Mohammed to Louie, who is driving firmly into the offside. The fielder from mid-off goes tumbling away to his left, and they don't score. So we have had a good day's play, the highlight of which has been the 113 by Mikel Louie.
Yes, certainly, and we certainly saw some very good shots from the young man. Pleasant-looking shots, and it was really a joy to see the young man getting his first-class century, following up a good performance when he had scored 58 against the academy with 100.
Pitch wide of the off stump, left alone by Jeremiah Louie, and it goes through for no runs.
See Cornwall going on and having some words. Is this gamesmanship? Is he trying to ensure that this is the final over of the day's play?
Not going to be the final over. There are still some 5 minutes left and only 3 deliveries left in this over.
And I think too that the position that the Leeward Islands are in, they should be looking to get as much runs as possible.
Can tell you that if a wicket falls, it would more than likely be the end of the day's play. So the Leewards would know that they want these two to come back tomorrow. As the signal goes up from umpire Ramdani to his partner Carl Tuckett at square leg, says that there are 2 deliveries left in the over. Cornwall was doing some warm-up exercises at mid-on, so he'll be fancying the last over. Wide of the off stump, left alone to go through to the keeper.
Ali Mohammed seems to have a rather delayed action as he approaches the crease. There seems to be a slight stop, and then he delivers.
Final ball of the over driven into the offside to mid-off. No runs. And the Leewards, after 89 overs, are 297 for 6. Jeremiah Louie is on 2. Rakeem Cornwall is on 38. And, of course, we say congratulations to Mikel Louie and his maiden first-class 100, 113.
So what could very well be the final over coming up from the far end, and as anticipated, it's going to be bowled by Pamal. And it would be interesting to see the approach of Cornwall for this final over. Whether he's going to push into the offside and take a long single. And he does take some very long singles. If viewers understand what I mean.
Promal has the ball in his hands from the far end.
See Perez going in at forward short leg. The captain Anderson is at first slip. So Pommel with a harder ball, fairly new ball. Well, from that shot, Carlisle, it seems as though anything in reach of Cornwall is going to be put away. He's looking for runs still.
Promal is bowling his 30th over of the day's play. So by the time he's done, he would have bowled 1/3 of the overs for today. Bowls to Cornwall, who is back, plays it into the offside. And there is no run. 3 deliveries left in the day's play.
Not really giving Cornwall much room to freeze arms.
Delivery, which is played down to the fielder coming off the long off boundary. So they'll have a single. And it will move Cornwall to 39. And the Leewards to 298 for the loss of 6.
2 deliveries left by my watch. It's already 5 o'clock, but of course the umpires might have something different out there. The batsmen, they're having a chat in the middle, probably allowing 30 seconds or so to tick away.
And we're actually in the 91st over.
Certainly, so no cause for alarm in terms of overweight. More attacking field for Jeremiah Louie, who is new to the crease. And we see fieldsmen coming from all directions.
Leg slipper's gone in. A second slipper's gone in. There's a forward short leg. So there are 4 in, and the keeper making 5 close to the bat. Promal, and he's driving down the ground. They'll have a single as the fielder from mid-off runs across to mid-on, and they pick up a single. The Leewards 299 for 6.
So what could be the final delivery of the day's play?
Promal 1 for 60 before this. And the captain is asking the fielder from forward short leg to come to second slip. Leg slip has gone. Here is Promal, flatter, faster, played away into the onside by Cornwall. He turns and walks away. A satisfying day's play for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who won the toss this morning and decided to bat. And after 91 overs, they are on 299 for the loss of 6 wickets. Rakeem Cornwall is on 39, and with him is Jeremiah Louie, who is on 3. 299 for the loss of 6 wickets then, and we can tell you very quickly that Kofi James made 12, Karty 13, at lunch 90 for 2, and then Ward made 23, Andrew no score, T 199 for 4, Jeremiah Louie made 113, Hamilton 78, and at the end of the day's play, the Leewards are 299 for 6, and Cornwall is 39 not out, Jeremiah Louie is on 3 not out, and Vasami Promal picked up 1 for 61. The most successful of the bowlers being Ali Mohammed, who picked up 2 wickets. And so we are going to leave you there again with the final score. Leewards 299 for 6 after 91 overs. And you can celebrate if you're anywhere around the islands. You can take your hat off and take a bow, because Mr. Mikel Louie has made his first class 100, 113, and surely he has been the standout batsman for the Leewards today. But we'll be back with you tomorrow. Until then, take care and have a good night.